Jack Sanity, how you doing, bro? Oh shit, Moni, how you doing, bro? Dr. Solas, how you doing, bro? I hope you guys are well. Wait, where the hell is my music? What is happening? Here we go. I get. I see some music. Oh, I hear some music. I do see the little bar going up and down today because I'm pretty seven store. What the fuck are you sore of? Like, what happened? Foul Smoke, how you doing, bro? Slack Reaper, how you doing, bro? Nico Spider, how you doing? I don't know what that is, Moni. Vogue, how you doing? What have you been excited about lately? Been off the stream for a few days? I mean, what do you mean with excited? We've mainly just been complaining about stuff. No, there are things that I'm very, very excited about, but you know, there's also things that I'm not excited about. So yeah, it's kind of like all over the place, I guess. It's kind of like arthritis, but not restricted. Oh shit, Moni, that is not good, bro. That is not good. Shay, how you doing? Let's see if YouTube holds up today. I really hope that YouTube holds up. It would be really sad if YouTube just decided not to work, right? Fuck. Please know what? No, I mean, I've already spoken about everything that annoys me in WoW. Now I think it is time to look forward to the things that's actually really good, because there are a lot of good things in WoW. There's a lot of reasons to be excited. I'm working on a video right now about... Actually, I'm working on two videos at the moment. One, I've already started recording. The other one, I'm still plotting. So I should start recording on that tomorrow. But both of those are very much aimed at some really good things. Some things that I think is going to make WoW once again one of the top expansions. Like I'll give you guys a bit of a, like I said, I'm still working on this video. This is the one that I'm still plotting. So what I'm about to share is like very rough thoughts about World of Warcraft. But if we look at the last 4 expansions, really 5 expansions even, and for this, let's go all the way back to Mist of Pandaria. If we go all the way back to Mist of Pandaria, World of Warcraft very much became an expansion of hits and misses, if you will. You know, it became a game of hits and misses where, you know, sometimes the game would be absolutely off the charts. Other times the game would be highly questionable, right? Not really sure what's going on. And it would also be the same way with expansions. You know, one expansion would be really good, then the next expansion would be really bad. And this maintained itself. Mist of Pandaria was really good, you know, really knocked it out of the park. And then came World of Draenor. Felt like an expansion where Blizzard wasn't entirely sure what it is that they wanted to do. Overpromised, underdelivered. Then we had Legion, really good, right? Everyone is really happy. And then came BFA. Felt like Blizzard wasn't really sure what they wanted to do. Then came Shadowlands, and it was clear Blizzard had no idea what the fuck they were doing. And then came Dragonflight, and again, we're dealing with Blizzard isn't entirely sure what they want to do, right? And if we go back to Mist of Pandaria, as much as people may have loved Mist of Pandaria, a lot of the bad story writing in World of Warcraft was really set up in Mists of Pandaria. Like, a lot of the bad stories that would eventually become bad stories really had a lot of its origins in Mist of Pandaria. But even if we say, well, let's give Mist of Pandaria a pass because 95% of Mist of Pandaria was phenomenal. And that's true. 95% of Mist of Pandaria was phenomenal. Everything after Mist of Pandaria, from a story perspective, has been big emotional moments. Either or you know, but big emotional moments. They're constantly hunting and chasing the big moments. And sometimes the big moments are fine. Other times the big moments actually create shit tons of problems down the road, right? Like, for example, Savannah's burning the tree. In the moment, yep, it's going to get the players involved. 2 seconds later, not so much, right? 2 seconds later, it became clear Blizzard didn't have a fucking clue. All right, she burnt the tree. What now? Well, fuck. What now? Right? What happens next? Where is the story supposed to go? Because it was a really cool moment in our heads. This felt like a really good thing to do. But now that we're actually doing it, it's not a good thing to do. We should not have done that, right? Ysera's death is another good example of this, where in the moment, for what they wanted for the story, it was incredible for that emotional engagement of the player base, right? The player base immediately loved that, and it was such a sad bit of the story. But then, what do we do after, right? Now that we've written ourselves into this little corner, Grace, how you doing? Where do we go next? You know, where do we take this story next? So why is this the way that it is? Anyone want to wager a guess as to why this is the case in World of Warcraft? Time Bandit, how you doing, brother? Ferorius, how you doing, bro? There's no right or wrong answers here. Like, just throw out what you think the reason for that could be. Moni, maybe a little bit later. For now, let me just chill. The medication is not making me feel great at the minute. But maybe a little bit later, I'll feel better about it. Thanks for asking. Hope the day night is going good for you. Yeah, I'm doing decent. Thank you, Grace. As soon as my fucking lungs open up, I'd be like super happy. Like that would be, you know, prime if my lungs could be open. But so the reason for it is actually quite simple. And Nico Spider, you nailed it. The last time World of Warcraft had a long-term plan for what it wanted to do was Cataclysm. Now, many people will say, Akalon, wait, aren't you talking about Retail Classic, you know, the original vanilla, TBC and Wrath? Well, in many ways, Classic was still present in Warcraft 3. A lot of the things that happen in Classic was already set up in Warcraft 3. So Classic was always, or Cataclysm was always it was always going to happen. Mist of Pandaria was the first time that Blizzard was really veering away from anything that was actually set up in Warcraft 3, except for the fact that there are pandas, which, you know, they were present in Warcraft 3, but outside of that, it was the first time that Blizzard was really in uncharted territory. They were inventing brand new stories now on the fly. And I would argue this is why we've had these hits and misses since Cataclysm. where expansions either blow us away or they fall completely flat because there's no plan. They don't know where they're going next. And so every expansion, they're forced to basically do whatever gets this expansion the most amount of clicks, whatever gets people hyped this expansion, because that's all that matters now. And then if next expansion you realize that previous expansion you kind of wrote yourself into a corner, what are you supposed to do next, right? How do you do this now? Well, you either retcon everything or you just sort of roll with it and you try to make the best of a very bad situation because you don't have an idea of what the future is going to look like. Now, the reason I'm super optimistic about the future of WoW storytelling, I believe Chris Mason, when he came back and when he proposed that they do 3 expansions at once, so that they plan ahead for 3 expansions, I don't believe that that was a mistake. I also don't think that it was by accident. I think Chris Mason realized their mistake. I think Chris Mason realized that their biggest mistake has been that the last time World of Warcraft was the #1 cinematic or the #1 MMO in the world was when it had a plan. And it had a plan for at least 4 expansions. Now, what happens when you have the ability to know what's going to happen for the next 3 expansions? What does that allow you to do? Well, firstly, you don't have to chase emotional payoffs because you already know where your story is ending, right? You know where you want your story to go and you know how you want it to end. And so you're not forced to chase an emotional high as quickly as possible. It doesn't matter if this expansion, you know, in A War Within, it doesn't matter if in the War Within you don't get the massive emotional payoff of Xal'atath versus Illyria, because that's not the end of Xal'atath versus Illyria. It's only the beginning. You know when you want that story to end. And so you're not forced to chase cheap frills. The other thing that it allows you to do is it allows you to plan much better around the structure of what the story needs to be. And now you have the ability to really write what we've been complaining about with World of Warcraft for a while now, which is a lack of exposition as well as a lack of execution. You don't have that when you're planning 3 expansions ahead. Because you can now, you have the opportunity now to tell your story and to do, now, the good stories go a little bit like this. Let me show you guys. Sorry guys, this entire video is still very much a work in progress. I'm still thinking through a lot of this, so I'm literally out here like live thinking about what I want to tell you. But all right, so a good story doesn't look like this, right? A good story also doesn't look like this. A good story looks a little bit more like this. You usually want to have quite a peak right at the beginning to get the players really excited. Keep it up for a little while, and then you come down. And then you want to sort of stay down. Now, this, what I'm showing you here, effectively, emotional highs, emotional lows, and these are all kinds of emotions from anger to heartache. So you can have whichever emotional high you want. And then maybe it goes a little bit up again, goes a little bit down again, stays, and then it sort of builds again. And then it stays for a while, and then maybe we slowly taper it off, you know. We go again, and as we near the end, we're gonna slowly start building, and we've reached the end. Now, you can have all manner of stories here. So let's say this first one is just filled with action, right? And then we have a bit of a dull moment here, right? Now, the dull moment serves as the setup for this. And this is going to be much more of an emotional high, right? And then we have a bit of a dull moment again. And the dull moment sets up for the next big one. And this one is going to be a lot more action, but also a lot of drama, right? So we want action drama on this one. And then we're going to have a slow tapering off as we're building with small little emotional moments, most likely, just to keep the player base, you know, engaged. And this is our final push to the crescendo, right? And it can work in any way, shape, or form. But this is sort of what a good story looks like. And the only way you can get this kind of storytelling is if you have the time to tell this story, right? You need time. Now, the sad part of stories in modern day World of Warcraft, in Dragonflight, in Legion, in Shadowlands even, because the time frame is so short for how long they have to tell a story, they basically have to do this. The story starts, and then peaks, and then it goes down, and then it's forgotten, and then it peaks, and then it goes down, and then it's forgotten, right? Now, why do they do it? Why does it look more like a heartbeat? So modern day storytelling in World of Warcraft really does look more like a heartbeat rather than an actual, like, how a story would actually be told, which is a lot more, you know, ups, downs, slow builds, slow falls. It looks like a heartbeat because you don't have time. You don't have the time to do this. So let's imagine, for example, this entire period here takes almost 1 year. You don't have that time in a modern day World of Warcraft expansion. Who the fuck has 1 year for one story to play out? Right? In modern day World of Warcraft, you have about 8 weeks. You have 8 weeks to tell one story. This is why I am super excited for the war within. Because for the first time ever, Blizzard has time plus plan. Metabolic, how you doing? Rain, how you doing? And time plus plan equals plus. It equals vanilla. It equals TBC. And it equals Wrath. Because Wrath had time and it had a plan. It knew what it wanted to be, and it knew that it always knew from the very moment that they started making vanilla, they knew that they were going to make Wrath. They knew. They also knew from the moment that they started working on vanilla that they were going to make TBC. So that's why when you play through vanilla, in vanilla already you see the seeds of Wrath. In vanilla already you see the seeds of TBC. In vanilla already you see the seeds that would ultimately become Cataclysm. Because they always knew that these were going to be the at least the first 8 years of World of Warcraft. It was always going to be how the story plays itself out. And that's what World of Warcraft has been missing all these years. Is a plan. And this is why I think the War Within... I'll make a prediction to you guys right now. I think that the War Within is going to be and that, motherfuckers, you can take to the bank. Legion was always planned. Chris said it in 2015, BlizzCon. It was an expansion they planned for 10 years. That's why it was good. Barrel's Legion was always planned because Legion was the end of TBC. That's why Legion was always going to happen. Because if TBC kept going, it would literally have just become Legion. Right? That's it. That's why Legion was always going to happen. That doesn't mean that Legion's story and all of the stories in Legion was always planned. What they had planned was Sargeras, the Burning Legion, us taking it to the Burning Legion. Yeah, that was planned. But they had no plan for all of the stories. Remember, they had no... Okay, so what did vanilla look like? What did vanilla WoW... What did vanilla WoW look like? When did they know? When did Blizzard know what vanilla WoW would look like? Albert Plays, how you doing, bro? Raina definitely feels that way. They knew what vanilla WoW would look like already in Warcraft 2. Cedric, how you doing, bro? In Warcraft 2, they most likely already knew what vanilla WoW would look like. Like, if they were to make an MMO, they knew what it would look like. So when they made vanilla, they knew what it was. They knew exactly what they were going to do. There was no guesswork. They had already worked on vanilla WoW from Warcraft 1, 2, and 3. Warcraft 1, 2, and 3 was already there. So vanilla was already a certainty. From vanilla, they already knew that it must be TBC. Why? Because it was already set up here. The plan was already in motion. It wasn't hard. There was no guesswork required. Yeah, there was maybe a little bit of coloring that was required, maybe a couple of side stories, but the main story, they knew. They knew exactly how everything was going to end because it had already happened. They were retelling a story that was already written, so they could really do it well. And I think that is the thing that excites me about the War Within. It's the fact that for the first time in a very long time, WoW once again has a proper roadmap. It knows the war within already knows that it will become midnight. Midnight already knows that it will become the last Titan. TWW already knows that it is becoming the last Titan. So it's easy. It's easy to tell that story. Abaddon, how you doing, bro? Confused, what is the difference with expansions like MOP, Shadowlands, and BFA? Isn't the basis of all those stories found in the lore from like 20, 30 years ago? Liam, in Mist of Pandaria, the only basis that was found in Warcraft 3 was one panda. Now, you could obviously say, oh, but what about the old gods? All right, I'll give you two things. It had the old gods and it had a panda in it. That's it, right? Everything else had to be invented. Everything else had to be made up on the spot. The problem that Mist of Pandaria had is that it didn't know what Warlords of Draenor was going to be. It had no idea what Warlords of Draenor was going to be, right? By the time all of the story was written for Mist of Pandaria, they only then started working on Warlords of Draenor. And Warlords of Draenor had no idea what Legion was going to be. You know? So you are kind of going at it writing blindly. You're writing a blind story, effectively. And you're hoping, above hope, that you pull it off. Because what else are you going to do? You know? Was writing the Kung Fu Panda energy. Well, I don't think that they were trying to copy Kung Fu Panda. I don't think that's what it was at all. I think, pandas have always been in Warcraft 3, at least one. And yeah, I think there was some kind of, there was a trend. And so they thought this was the right time to introduce the pandas as a race. But yeah, it also kind of made sense in many ways, so I think it worked. I think it worked for the most part because at least it still kind of made sense. I think, no, I think there were more interesting things about Mist of Pandaria than just that. I definitely think there were more interesting things than just, just them warning us or whatever. I don't think that was the only good part of it. It's the difference between anticipation and reaction. Sire, very good way of putting it. Yes, that is exactly it. If it was something other than pandas or a better take at them, mists would be very bis, in my opinion. The thing is, mists is already bis in a lot of people's opinions, right? But I know of quite a few people that believe Mists of Pandaria to be one of the best expansions. I did not think so, but the reason I didn't think so is because, well, I didn't really care for World of Dailycraft. But, that was just me. But also, I've explained before, I had a lot of real life stuff going on at the start of Mists, so I was just not in the right mind space to really play Mists of Pandaria. So, when I didn't like the World of Dailycraft stuff, it was sort of like the perfect excuse to step away from WoW for 2 years. And then I came back and I loved the fuck out of Warlords of Draenor. I'm one of those awkward people that would have absolutely been defending Warlords of Draenor back in the day. But I would have been one of those annoying fucks that would have just shilled for Blizzard during Warlords of Draenor. Because I enjoyed the fuck out of that expansion, man. I was raiding on about, I think, 6 or 7 different alts. You know, I was having the time of my life in that expansion. Top 3 expansions when I took time and compared them. Why is this expansion a strong female sissy angry boy add-on? Dragons? Dominic, what do you mean? Play demo back then? I enjoyed Mob because the zones are beautiful and leveling was ultra fast when I started playing in BFA. I feel like Mist of Pandaria was... Mists of Pandaria's story, I think, is how the Dragonflight should have been. It had incredibly dark storylines, but also incredibly cute and fun ones. You know, and the contrast was incredible. I've played through the story of Mist of Pandaria years later, and the contrast of stories, like you can go from an incredibly dark story to an incredibly cute one in the space of half an hour. You know, just have this little cute panda story, and then suddenly a very fucking deep and dark Cluxy story. And, you know, it was done remarkably well because of that fact. And then came Dragonflight, and it was just cutesy, cutesy, cutesy all the way through. What is going to happen, though, if War Within is received as badly as Garrosh was received by Cataclysm? Is that the point of revealing to us that there's a plan? Like, should Machen have told us to trust Garrosh's arc with a hint of what was coming instead of trashing it? If the War Within is received as poorly as Dragonflight is, or as Shadowlands was, then I do not believe that there is saving WoW. You see, the thing is, right now, the War Within is probably going to be one of the biggest selling expansions in the history of World of Warcraft. It is going to sell millions upon millions of copies, if it hasn't done so already. Chris Mason is back, and he has promised the player base that he is back, and that the story is going to be good. The issue is, if this expansion turns out to be another dud, there is no chance, and I mean no chance, that Blizzard ever gets the player base to trust them ever again. That then really is the end of that. It's over at that point. At that point, what happens to WoW is it has the players that it has. It will get no new players. And when I say no, I don't mean zero, right? It's obviously not going to be zero. It will never be zero, but it's not going to be enough to make up for the players that leave. And then WoW probably by the end of The Last Titan will either go into maintenance mode or go into a very, very reduced production cycle, where if you're lucky, you get 1-2 patches a year, maybe. Expansions lasting maybe upwards of 3-4 years. Maybe Blizzard can start playing around with free-to-play at that point, hoping that there's some kind of resurgence in the WoW space if it's free-to-play. But that is definitely the scenario. The thing is, almost no one was hyped for BlizzCon until Blizzard announced that Chris Mason is coming back. When Blizzard announced that Chris Mason has rejoined the team as the creative director, everyone started to get excited for BlizzCon. Then Chris Mason stepped up on stage and he sold all of us on the expansion and we all collectively decided we trust you, we'll be back. But what do you do if that fails? Because I don't believe that there is any goodwill left. I feel like there is no goodwill back in, like, for World of Warcraft. I think now you have to be like, Blizzard doesn't have the ability to fuck up here. There is no more room for maneuvering. There's no ice up the sleeve. There's no CGI cinematic that can save it. If the War Within fails, it's over. It's pretty much, that's it. Thanks for playing. So I really hope it doesn't, because I do like this game. You know, I would prefer if this game doesn't fail. And I don't think it will. I have faith that Chris Mason is a good storyteller. I have faith that Chris Mason can do it, you know? Let me just quickly read, because I've missed a bunch of chats. Dragonflight is all about fanboy sappy stuff. WoW isn't really about. Story-wise, we want war, we want brutality, we want racism between gnomes and dwarves, for example. In the end, the male counterparts show more emotions and not so much strong action, like the new aspect. So, Dominic, Vasiliki, how you doing? Bluna, how you doing? Vasiliki, should you not be packing? You should be packing and cleaning your house, and now you're hanging out in the stream. What are you doing? Dominic, I don't... It's always funny to me when everyone, when everyone says that Dragonflight is a Fameboy expansion. And then I know for a fact there's Fameboys in the community on Discord that complain about Dragonflight and hate Dragonflight. And I picture Fameboy sitting there catching strays when they don't like it either, but they're being attacked for no fucking reason. That's just funny to me. But yeah, I mean, Dragonflight is what it is. There's nothing you can do, I guess. How would you feel about WoW being shelved and remade into a new game, but following the story of Warcraft and Unreal Engine? Not good, Andre. Not good. I'll tell you in a bit. Let me think about it, but I don't think I'd feel great about that. I've done 50% of the cleaning and 50% of the packing. Let me rest. 50-50, really? Why not just take one thing and do the one thing finished, Vasily, and then do the next one? That seems like a very weird way to work. But then again, you girls packed for a fucking long time, so I guess that makes sense. Last time I packed, it took me 5 minutes. Just took underwear, took shirts, took pants, threw it into the bag, and done. I'm packed. Let's go. No need to think about it even. So, Andre, firstly, I do not want WoW in Unreal Engine. Unless it's a first-person game. Or maybe a single-player game, third-person, kind of God of War-ish kind of game. Sure, I guess you could make that one in Unreal Engine. It wouldn't feel like WoW, though. I feel like a huge part of WoW's identity is its graphics. I feel like if you change the graphics of WoW, you inevitably change its identity. You turn it into something that it is not, and that it cannot be. If you look at the graphics for Warcraft 3, I believe WoW is the best representation of what those graphics would have looked like in a little bit more fidelity. So I don't think I think any game that is made within the WoW universe should stick to the at least stylized nature of WoW. You know, It should at least be stylized. But I can definitely see Blizzard working with some other studios to bring first-person or not first-person, single-player games in the WoW universe. It should, because I always do things this way. So yeah, I feel like your brain works the same way as every goal, though. Every goal I've ever known does shit that way. It drives me fucking nuts. But for some reason, goals are convinced that they can multitask. I don't know why goals think that they can multitask, because all I have ever seen from a goal multitasking is doing two things very poorly at the same time. Like basically doing two things half at the same time, but yet still convinced that, oh, I can do multiple things at the same time. The best example of that is when you're watching a movie and your girlfriend is sitting on her phone watching the movie with you. And you go, are we watching the movie or are you on your phone? I'm doing both. And then every 5 minutes, what did they just say? Saying, I thought you were doing both. But I thought that you were also watching the fucking same movie as I did. We were both sitting there. They were saying a thing. Why did I hear what they were saying and you had no fucking clue what they were saying? Maybe because I wasn't on my fucking phone while we were watching the movie. I was watching the movie as I fucking wanted to, because that's why I put the movie on. But all girls do this. They do like a million things at the same time. On their phone, busy packing, busy cleaning, busy doing everything. And then half the shit doesn't get done. Whereas I'm much more of a, right, I need to pack now. So everything needs to stop. I'm packing. And then once I'm done packing, now I can go clean, for example. And then once I'm done cleaning, now I can't do more things than once. I have to pack comfy clothes, night clothes, makeup, my glasses, underwear, shoes, contact lenses, toothbrush. I'm such a basic girl, so yeah, that's not how. What do you mean basic girl? That's a lot of things to pack, though. Night clothes. What do you mean night clothes? What's night clothes? Julio, how you doing, bro? Is it Julio, Julio, or Julio? Artisan Star, how you doing? Digimark, how you doing, bro? You guys have to excuse me. My lung capacity has not yet returned. That's normal packing, Echo. How is that normal packing, Grace? Barrels, how you doing? I haven't said hello to you and I've responded to you a few times already. Zentrati, how you doing? Missed you too. Nightgown, I'm guessing. Night clothes is probably a dress or a skirt and generally clothes for clubbing and something like that. I don't want to go to a club in sweatpants. Oh. I don't... I only own clothes. I don't own event clothes. Like, I didn't think that there was such a thing. Like, oh, this clothes is only for the nightclub. And this is only for the beach. And this is only for the this. For me, all clothes is just clothes. If I'm wearing it during the day, I can wear it during the evening as well. And if I can wear it during the evening, I can wear it during the day. But that, of course, also, I only wear sweatpants. I refuse to wear anything but sweatpants. If I ever get married, I will only show up to the wedding if I'm allowed to wear sweatpants and a t-shirt. If I have to wear a suit, my wife can get married on her fucking own. Not going. I'll sign in via Skype. Like, they can call me and I'll just be on Skype and I'll be like, I do. Yeah, she can come home now. Dude, I will not wear a suit. Fuck that. Sweatpants and a t-shirt or I'm not getting married. Fuck that. I got married in flip-flops and shorts. That's the kind of thing you should do, though, Vogue. It sounds like a good marriage, that. Lounge clothes, night clothes, club clothes, errands running clothes. I only have sweatpants. Any other products, things I carry. But why do you take so much then if you know you're only going to use half? Also, like, girls, do you actually need all of the skincare products that you use? Like, do you think that's necessary? Does that make sense? Like, I just want to make one thing clear to all the girls here. I am not judging you for the things that you pack. I feel like part of the reason we love you is because you're so fucking weird to us. I just want to throw that out there so that you know. If you were like us, that would be a giant fuck up. So it's nice that you're not like us, but it is confusing. It is confusing. Because I don't use any skincare products. Like, not any. I don't use moisturizer. I don't use whatever the fuck other skincare products there may or may not be. I don't use that. I use water. Why the fuck would I use sunscreen? I'm in my house all day. And whenever I do go out into the sun during the dangerous periods of the day, it's never for more than 10 minutes. You see, Vasiliki, the thing is, so I'll tell you guys a secret, and this may sound crazy to you, but so I used to, growing up, my mom was like a super girly girl. Yeah, she did all the skincare stuff and everything. So from a very young age, you know, we got these little yellow sponges and face soaps that we had to wash our face with, and all manner of creams and stuff to keep the acne and shit away. And by the age of about 14, I had a face full of acne. Not like bad. I never got like bad acne, but I had pimples, you know, like every teenage boy pretty much has pimples and shit. And, you know, got more skincare products and more fucking soaps and more fucking everything because apparently the twice a day washing of the face isn't enough. No, you have to basically be applying soap 100% of the time. So I was going through like just madness. And then, you know, left school, went to college, and, you know, kept the washing regime because obviously why wouldn't you, right? But every once in a while, there'd be like a fucking pimple here that I had to pop, or a pimple on the nose that I had to pop. And then I watched a documentary about the scammers that is skincare. How the soap removes the natural oil from your face, and then you need all sorts of moisturizers to make fake oil because you've just destroyed the oil on your face. And I thought, you know what, fuck that. I'll just not use soap. Let's see how that goes. No pimples. Nothing. Everything's good. You see, I have a theory that the reason girls have to use as much, and I'm not judging anyone here. Coincidentally, I like high maintenance girls. I know that sounds weird. I'm a guy that likes everything easy and fucking simple. Except for when it comes to girls. Then I like a girl that has like fucking insane standards and is incredibly high maintenance, right? I don't know why. Don't ask me. It's just how it works. But I think you use all of these skincare products, then your face gets really bad, like you have pimples and you have this and you have that, and Your makeup stops the sun from actually reaching your skin, which harms your skin, which makes you look bleak and weird. So now you have to use more skincare products to try and fight the chemical reactions that's taking place in your skin constantly, to try and stop that from happening, which forces you to use even more skincare products. And now you have to use more makeup because, you know, the makeup that you're already using. And it's just like a vicious cycle that basically keeps you spending money on these giant pharmaceutical companies. And in my opinion, like, I would love to know if there is a girl in chat that's willing to do this. I'm not saying you should do this, but if there is a girl in chat that's willing to do this, just stop using any products for like a month and tell me what the results were. Like, for a month, don't use any skincare products or soap or anything on your face. Just let your face be and tell me what the results are of that. Yeah, but I think washing your face with soap is basic hygiene. It's like shower for for the face. If you're using natural soap, Vasiliki, yes, which is what I use, right? I use natural soap, but I don't use I don't use soap that is meant to kill germs or bacteria or stuff. Like, killing the bacteria on your face is probably one of the worst things you can do. And Shamanita, I don't agree with that. So I'll tell you guys what. So your skin, right? Your skin. Okay, no. Let's start here. You all know that in your gut, right? In your stomach, you have bacteria, right? You have like an incredible amount of bacteria inside your stomach, yeah? And every single one of the bacteria colonies inside your stomach has a job, right? It's like a very specific job that it does. One breaks down certain types of food, another one absorbs certain types of vitamins that allows the body to absorb the vitamins. So those bacteria do a very specific job inside the stomach, which is why when you use antibiotics, for example, you get people that get serious stomach cramps and pains, and they can get very ill from antibiotics because antibiotics kills bacteria, which destroys all the bacteria cultures inside your stomach, which is obviously bad. Now, the same thing is true of your skin. On top of your skin, lives billions upon billions of bacteria. And each of these bacteria clusters and types have a job, right? They each have a job that they do. And they exist within the oil layers of your skin. If you remove the oil, you kill the bacteria because most of those bacteria don't want to be in contact with oxygen. So the oil protects them. Now, when you remove that oil with soap, you kill the bacteria. And that bacteria has a job to do, right? Some of them defend you against viruses. Some of them defend you against, like, bad germs. And most of us are walking around without this natural protective layer, right? This natural thing that is meant to protect you, you do not have because you've destroyed it with the use of soaps. So I'm not entirely sure if no, I'm not I'm not trying to stop you. Just like I said from the beginning, I'm just sharing my opinion here. But I am not trying to stop you. Believe me, I grew up with women who my mom would take 2 hours before we could leave the house. Like, every day. 2 hours before we can leave the house because I don't know why it took so long. I usually played video games until she said, let's go. But it would be all manner of skincare and makeup and hair and bullshit, you know, so I'm used to that. And I'm perfectly happy to just sit and wait for whatever the fuck I need to wait for. I'm just saying this is my opinion on stuff, right? I wonder if a lot of this wasn't sold to especially women to make a lot of money. I wonder if a lot of very big pharmaceutical companies and beauty companies didn't invent a bunch of bullshit to sell to women to make money. And bullshit that women most likely don't even need until they start using it, in which case now they do need it. Because the thing is basically creating its own return customers. Everett, how you doing, bro? Zane, oh, for sure. Some products over the counter are absolute snake oil. Using soap is fine. Just don't use antibacterial soap. You get rid of... Yeah, there's natural soaps that's actually really good for you. You know, we've known how to make soap for a very long time. Here's a story for you guys if you really wanted to get freaked out. Tegan, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat, by the way. Really appreciate you. Are you guys ready to really get fucking freaked out here? Napoleon Bonaparte, on the way back from a victory, a great victory, wrote to his wife and said to her, I will be home in 3 days. Please do not bath. If you ever wanted to hear a story that should make you wonder what the fuck was going on, that story is it. You didn't explain what high maintenance means? I think, okay, so high maintenance means different things to different people, Vasiliki. So I don't think there is a single, meaning to high maintenance or a single definition of high maintenance. But to me, high maintenance is it's a woman that knows what she wants, knows what she's worth, and isn't willing to settle for anything less than that. Right? For other people, like a lot of people will use high maintenance as a slur or an insult. You know, oh my god, she's so fucking high maintenance. Which I guess you could also do. But, you know, you get my aunt, I would say, is an easygoing woman. She's literally like, okay, so if you ever go to my aunt, if you ever saw my aunt's house, right? My uncle owns a scrapyard, but he's like, he loves fiddling with stuff. Yeah. Loves fiddling with stuff. My aunt's entire yard is full of broken shit, right? There's like a broken tractor in one corner and like a bunch of broken metal things in the other corner. And the whole yard is just filled with broken shit. There's like 4 or 5 cars that's broken down that my uncle may or may not fix at one point or another, right? Maybe never. It depends. There's always some kind of boat that he wants to fix, and then that's going to be his boat, and it never actually gets to being fixed, but it's there. The yard is a fuck up. My aunt doesn't give a shit, right? She is happily married, lives her life, loves my uncle, doesn't care. My mom, on the other hand, would have fucking died. Dude, I'll never forget this. If the flower, like she had this, she loves flowers, so there was always fresh flowers in the house. If the flower vase was a little bit out of place, she would lose her fucking mind. Because someone moved the vase and the vase isn't in the perfect spot. The house was always pristine. The yard was always pristine. All of the, what do you call it in English? The flower beds had to be perfectly squared, right? And, you know, the dirt had to form these perfect walls. The trees had to be perfectly trimmed. I would say that is the difference between high maintenance and easygoing, in my opinion. Might need that shit someday. He's got a lot of shit though, Shamanita. I understand your mum. Is your mum a Titan? She likes order. Yeah, she did like order. What would annoy the fuck out of you, Ned? Since you live near equator? What about sunscreen? I don't use sunscreen, but mainly because literally from as early as I can remember, we were never allowed out into the sun after 10 o'clock in the morning and before 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Whenever we went on holiday, we would go, my dad would take us to the beach at 7 in the morning and we would swim until about 9:30. Then we'd get out and, go do whatever the fuck. And then we'd only go back at about 4. And then we'd swim again until nighttime. So even to this day, you won't find me out in the sun midday. There's no fucking chance of that happening. If I am out in the sun, it's no more than 10 minutes. That's it. Run the Widow, how did you come up with your name? You mean my Akalon? Or my real name? My real name was chosen by my parents. I had to accept it. I wasn't really given a choice in the matter. As for Akalon, I was 8 or 9 years old. And then I was making a character on Baldur's Gate. And I needed to name my character on Baldur's Gate. But I couldn't think of a name. And then I remembered a quote at the beginning of the game. And I couldn't remember who said the quote, but I thought that the name was cool. The name that they had in the game was Alejandra or some shit like that. But I remembered it as Akalon. And it used to be Akalon with 1 C. But then later on I changed it to Akalon with 2 C's because someone took my fucking name in one of the WoW servers that I wanted to play on. Someone was already called Akalon with 1 C, so I had to go for Akalon with 2 C's. And then, that's just always been my name. What is my real name? My real name is Stefan. Or, if you want to pronounce it correctly, Stefan. But Stefan's fine. Yeah. Serious question. Should I paint my nails dark red or milky white? I like dark red. Not Stefan or Steven. Stefan. No, you cannot call me Steve. Absolutely not. You can call me Stefan. It would be the closest to what B. Stefan just wrote there. Stefan. Frederick, how you doing, bro? And his nephew killed his girlfriend? What the fuck? It's not my nephew that killed his girlfriend. Well, I guess fucking far, far, far removed nephew. Sounds like Russian. It's German. The full name is Stephanus. Stephanus Johannes. That's my full name. And then it's shortened to Stefan. Yes, I am related to Oscar Pistorius. Far removed, though. Like, very far removed. I come from the 4th brother, 2nd or 4th brother that arrived in South Africa, and he comes from the 1st or I think the 3rd brother that arrived in South Africa, and we're talking, 6 generations ago? So, very far removed. But yes, he is family. What sounds like a vampire, Zane? Of course I have legs. What the fuck are you talking about, Florius? Johannes is a German name? Yeah. I mean, I have 5 brothers, and 4 of them have German names. Like, all of us have German names, except for one who has French names. He was named after the French side of the family. Is it Kruger? Someone related to Paul Kruger? Yeah. German, but also Dutch? Troubleshooter, what do you mean German, but also Dutch? Some Akalon lore? Yeah, I don't mind sharing Akalon lore. I'm alright with it. You could be a Scarlet Crusade boss with that name? Dude, I would love to be a Scarlet Crusade boss. But can I turn the Scarlet Crusade towards the foul? Because then I would do it. If I could serve the foul. Instead of legally changing to Akalon, Domago, no. I like my name. I like my name. I like my family name. Yeah, I wouldn't change. No. I wouldn't change my name. I like my name. It's a good name. Ich bin ein Berliner. Yeah, if you're from Berlin. Ich bin ein Berliner. Am I saying that correctly? I feel like I'm not. Ish. Is it ish? Ish or ich? Fuck knows. Ich bin ein Berliner. How much is rent in South Africa? Depends where you want to live, Vasiliki. Ich bin ein Berliner. All right. If you want to live in... Okay, let's... fuck. I don't know exactly how euros work, but okay, let's say, for example, you wanted to live in my house, right? So the house that I'm living in, for what it would rent as. It's a 3-bedroom duplex, decently large. Don't know how many squares it is. Fuck, hold up. Let me check how many squares it is. Hold up. I'll check now. Need to see how many squares it is and whether or not they fucking say. This lady lists everything except for the most important shit. What's going on with you, lady? It's let's see here. Okay. Okay, let's go for this. So you have a floor area of 303 square meters, right? This is not my house, but it is a house. Yeah? It's a house. Not mine, but it's a house. Let me show you this house. I don't know where the fuck this house is, but I'll show it to you. Anyways, right? So take this house, for example. Bedrooms. This is a 3-bedroom as well. You have the kitchen, you have the living room. It has an upstairs. So a duplex. This is the main bedroom. Now, this house sells for 1.5 million. But 1.5 million in euro is how much? That's one too many zeros, actually, that is. 74,000 euros is what this house sells for. Is that correct? 74,000 euros? Yeah, 100 and like 1.5 million. 74,000 euros for this specific house. Now remember, this is in Cape Town. Shit in Cape Town is fucking expensive, right? Like the property market in Cape Town is nuts. It's about 50% more than everywhere else in the country. So you could get like this exact same house if you go to Pretoria. You're going to be paying about 1.3 million, so 64,000 euro for this. But then in terms of rent, that house in rent will probably go for 599 euro. You'll pay about 600 euro a month for this 3-bedroom house. Now, you know, if you wanted to go, let's say Cape Town, and let's say Atlantic Seaboard. Let's do renting. So these apartments, these are 1-bedroom apartments, but they're in the Atlantic Seaboard, right? Or on the Atlantic Seaboard. So this is a 1-bedroom apartment. As you can see, it's small, but it's relatively spacious, I suppose. That's the shower, the bathroom, and it can fit reasonably well. But so in Cape Town, not a lot of houses have like a living room because most people just go out to eat and do things. You don't really. But this house will cost you per month. What was that? 699? 350 euro per month. See if there's better ones. A lot of these houses, though, are per day, which is obviously not great. Because a lot of this is about holiday shit, right? Like, there's a lot of holiday shit in... Will these guys show the view of this house? So wait, what is this? This is a 1-bedroom apartment at Sea Point. This is really small, though, but it's in Sea Point, so you're paying for the fucking views. And you're paying for the fact that you're right next to the fucking ocean. But even this will cost you 14,000. So 700 euro. Is all these South Africa? Yes, Zane. The whole of South Africa has blackouts. But if you wanted to get yourself off the grid, in like not even fully off the grid, but if you just wanted to do like what I did, so to make sure that you don't have to deal with load shedding ever again, so get an inverter and get a battery. In Rand, I paid about $3,500 euro. So 3,500 euros for an inverter and a battery. So I don't have load shedding at all. The house I live in is 35 centimeters squared. I hope that's correct the way I say it. I pay 420 per month, but it's in Athens, and Athens is the capital of Greece, so it's expensive. Facility for 420, you can get a massive house. Like, you can get a nice house, especially here in Gordon's Bay. Like, Cape Town is very expensive. If we go to, like, Gordon's Bay, so we go Boerland. Berries, how you doing? I pay, like, 1.7k EU for my place a month. Mother fudger. Like, here's the thing. If you're working from home, I would highly suggest moving to Cape Town. If you work from home and you don't ever have to go into the office, I do not understand why the fuck you wouldn't want to live in South Africa. You will live like a king for the same price as, for the same price as, so these apartments are brand new. Like really beautiful Green Bay apartments. You get 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, bunch of different bedroom apartments. That's where they're located. They have their own gym. They have their own lounge area. They have their own courts for hockey and swimming pools and all the rest of it. And you'll pay €334 for it per month. For this apartment. Yeah. Now let's see if you go a little bit. Where's this again? Is this the same place? I don't know if this looks like Green Bay. This is the same place. Never mind. This is even cheaper. Shit, this is even cheaper? Oh, because these are the studio apartments. These are the studio apartments. Sorry. Yeah, so these are even cheaper. If you don't want a bedroom, you can get away with €280 per month for these. Dude, it feels like that the only houses that's available here in Gordons Bay is in the Green Bay area. Which kind of makes sense. I don't know many people that want to move out of Gordons Bay because it's gorgeous here. Well, you can probably take this house, which is... I don't know where the fuck this is, though. But... yeah. This is sort of like average. How far is it from civilization? It's in civilization, Carmasian. Jasper, how you doing, bro? Will you stay in Cape Town or do you want to move in the future? Jasper, for now, I love Cape Town. I absolutely love Cape Town. Cape Town is by far the most beautiful place on Earth. Like, by far. It is majestic as fuck. I believe Cape Town has now won the most Instagrammable city in the world. Like 2 or 3 years in a row. Some shit like that. Then in Greece, the basic salary is €700 a month. In Athens, if you have 340 monthly, you can only rent house in the worst neighborhoods with junkies. Here you can live quite well. But like if we do Cape Town, this is not even the Western Cape. This is just Cape Town, right? So we're just looking at Cape Town here. And all of its fucking beauty, you know. Some of the neighborhoods, this is Mountain Head, by the way. Remember I told you guys I wanna go to Mountain Head and take a picture or record video while I'm speculating, and I want to go up on Mountain Head. This is the view from Mountain Head. Like after you climb up, this is the view from Mountain Head. So he says, yes, we're part of the Cape Town municipality. And then you have that. Like that's an aerial view of Cape Town. This is going up to Table Mountain. And this is just Cape Town, the harbor. we're not even in like we're not even in the Western Cape, which is its own beauty. Except English. What other languages do people speak there? Well, Afrikaans, English. In Cape Town specifically, I think Xhosa is a pretty big one. I can't do the. It's Xhosa. Xhosa. I don't know how to fucking make that sound, but that's one of the languages as well. But in terms of South Africa proper, it's 11 or 12 official languages. My area, though, Gordon's Bay. So this is my neck of the woods, my valley. I call these mountains the shepherds because they remind me of shepherds. I don't know why, but when you look, because the mountains are all the way around. Everywhere you look, it's mountains. And they look like shepherds. I don't know why, but they look like shepherds to me. These houses are where the very rich people live in Gordon's Bay, like right there up on the mountain. That's where the very rich people live, yeah. Like that is pricey as fuck. Here's the docks. Yeah, what is your take on the Harbinger's Illidan animations? I love the Harbinger stuff. Why? A horde coward. Yeah, because it's a coward that can't admit that. What? I love this, by the way. GB. That's the thing that greets you as you drive to Gordon's Bay. And here's the beaches. I was just on the beach. Like literally about 2 hours ago. I came home from the beach and then I went live. I went to go buy coffee. I already threw it away. I went to buy coffee and then me and my brother just chilled on the beach. We walked all the way to... Let's see if we can open this so I can show you. Like we walked all the way to where the rocks are there, and then all the way back as well. These beaches are long as fuck. Here's a video for you guys of what the Somerset West area looks like. Zane, take care of yourself. Thanks so much for hanging out. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. These are some of the walking tours that they have. Like if you want to go hiking, these are some of the hiking tours and shit that you have. Quest there about a wood elf planting carnivorous plants. Is he just gonna play music? Come on, bro. Don't fucking do this. What are you doing? You have the Navy stuff over here. Oh my god, they're just talking to people? What the fuck? Show some video. Oh yeah, and then literally wine routes as far as the fucking eye can see. If you like wine, Cape Town is absolutely the place for you. Like, you could go every weekend of your life on a wine route and you'd probably never be able to see all of the wine routes. It would not be possible. Eva, how you doing? I don't drink wine, so, you know. Have you been to the Thirsty Scarecrow? I've seen it, but I've not been there, no. His country for 50 minutes straight. But so, yeah, I'm not recording right now, But I do like promoting South Africa, especially Cape Town. This place is phenomenal. Oh, I've been here. This place specifically, I've been here. This place is craft beer. Like, they have amazing food, but it's an old factory that was turned into a craft beer brewery thing. So you sit down, they make food, and then you can order like a shit ton of samples, or just, you know, they bring you like 12 or 13 samples, and then you can choose of the samples which beer they need to bring you. I've been here before. This is really cool, like a really chill vibe, really good food, nice beer. Yeah, very hipster. True. Very hipster. Also nice, like, night vibes. During the evening, it gets really cool. Yeah, Vasiliki, very safe. Very, very safe. Like, people swim all the time. Especially where I am. Like, a lot of people love swimming here. Dude, of course there's nice ladies. It's fucking South Africa. Of course. That's my bookstore. It's a secondhand bookstore. It's not mine. It's not where I do most of my book shopping. But it's a secondhand bookstore. There you go. Books. It's literally, it's an entire old house. If they panned a little bit to the right, there's a Mercedes, like a super old Mercedes Benz on the fucking roof. I don't know why it's on the roof, but it's on the roof. And it's literally just like a shit ton of old books. And you buy the books, read them. Once you finish them, you take it back and they pay you for it. And then you can buy new ones. I want to see if there's... This guy's just going around fucking talking to people at the minute. Yeah, alright. Let's see if we can find pictures of the Western Cape for you. Because the Western Cape is its own fucking thing, bro. Like, the Western Cape itself is nuts. I probably have to go for all the wine lovers. So how many people do we have here that loves wine? All right, so we have at least one person that loves wine. Okay, so troubleshooter, pretty much every place that sells wine sells whiskey, and most of it is also like locally made. But these are the winelands. The winelands of Cape Town, or of the Western Cape. If you want to... If you want to drink wine, this is where you go. You even have this. They literally tracks that go from one wine farm to the other. This is like a massive tour. I think it's Franschhoek. Yeah, you have to go to Franschhoek for this one. And then they take you on this little train thingy, double-decker train thingy from wine farm to wine farm. But this almost looks like a video game to me. Like, when I look at these graphics, it reminds me of like Witcher 3 type graphics. Like, it gives me Witcher 3 vibes. I don't know why, but it does. Lovely. Now just to find more wine friends. Or no, I can drink alone. That's also cool. Eva, I feel like in South Africa you would have a problem. Like, do you know how many people drink a lot in South Africa? But yeah, I would say if you work from home and you don't ever have to be in the office, South Africa is absolutely the place to live. It's cheap as shit. Have you ever sighted a great white shark? Not in Cape Town. The water is a little bit cold here. Like, most of the great whites don't really like the water here. I've seen a great white in Durban, which is more north. But here I've not seen... I've seen a whale. Because where I live in Gordons Bay, round about, like, August, is mating season for the whales. So if you go up on the mountain, you can actually see the whales in the bay, because the False Bay, the area that I live in, is where they come to mate. So you see a shit ton of whales there. Whereas I would say it's very similar to Ireland, at least the Western Cape is. So the rest of South Africa is more bushveld. It's a lot more bush. Zal, how you doing, bro? A Millennium interview. They said in Legion that Lothraxian decided to switch to the light. Therein that he is from Fel, but he is of Denathrius. Is this them retconning lore again? Well, I don't think it's so much retconning lore as if it was lore that wasn't invented yet. So we always just assumed that, or they always said that the Nathrazim comes from the Fel because the Nathrazim serve Sargeras. But then, of course, Shadowlands happened, and then we found out that, oh, never mind. They serve death, actually. But this would kind of fit with their personality. They are infiltrators at their core. So it kind of makes sense, right? I don't know. Like, Shadowlands retcon too many fucking things. I wouldn't pay too much attention to that. Like, thanks to Shadowlands, a lot of lore in WoW has been destroyed, I think. Let's hope that they, like, Blizzard just ignores Shadowlands from this moment forward. Like, so here's what I will tell you guys. For the longest time, my salary was about $1,000 a month. Yeah? That's how much I made off of YouTube and Twitch per month. Was about $1,000. And I was living just fine. I was paying everything. I had a house. I had everything. So yeah, South Africa is cheap. Very cheap. The exchange rate is good. It's very good. Ferorius, it's not a flex. That's what we've been talking about. Right? We've been talking about how cheap things are in South Africa. And that's the best way to describe it. But you don't need a lot to live. Blue Nile, no one needs a lot to live, though. Like, what? I would never understand why people need a lot of stuff to live. More stuff means more problems. The more stuff you have, the more problems you have. Whereas if you have fewer stuff, you have fewer problems. If you have expensive stuff, you need to worry about the expensive stuff. If you don't have expensive stuff, you don't need to worry about the expensive stuff. You don't have it. Do you have a cost of living crisis in SA? JL, for South Africans, yes. There is a massive cost of living crisis in South Africa. Yeah, I would say South Africans have it very, very tough. But then again, they've pretty much had it tough way before the rest of the world did. Remember, our interest rates have been about 6% for the last decade, if not more. right? So we didn't have cheap interest rate and cheap money. It's always been very expensive here in South Africa. So, but yeah, I would say there's a ton of people in South Africa that is really suffering right now, and it's getting harder. JL, I heard a story, but not heard a story. I was watching an interview with a guy that basically said, as things currently stand, about 75% or something of people in the UK have more than 80% of their monthly salary eaten up by fixed costs. So fixed debt erases about 80% of their salaries. Now, that is very bad. Your debt, or at least the servicing of your debt, should not be more than 20% of your monthly income. All of your debt put together must never be more than 20% of your monthly income. If it goes over 20%, you're in trouble. So if you're already on 80%, it means that the average Brit, by the time everything's been paid and food's been bought, is already going into debt just to survive. So yeah, it's getting tough, I think, for people all over the world. It's getting really tough to survive. Yeah, I mean, it's rough if you think about it. It's very rough, and it's only getting worse. Chaos Therapy, how you doing, bro? Do you think we'll ever see an invasion of the light once the light finishes taking over there? Yes, I think we'll see an invasion of the light in midnight, or at the latest, start of the Last Titan. That's when I imagine we'll see the last. Oh, that's when we'll see Ural. Just ban interest on date. Although you can't really ban interest on date, right? Because interest has two jobs. For one, a lot of people who give date, right, will not give date if you remove the interest, which will stifle growth. Who's the guy who did it, Alder? Because there's been a number of people throughout the world that tried it. Usury should be outlawed? What's that, Inri? Oh, you're talking about Hitler. Hitler didn't really ban interest. He banned interest to banks. The banks could still charge interest on the loans that they gave to the ordinary citizens. The bank simply didn't pay interest to the government. So it made money cheaper, which meant the bank could charge 1% interest and that would be it, right? But as far as I know, interest was still a thing. It was just no longer the banks weren't borrowing from the government. The government was simply providing the money. Now, if you say we should ban central banks, I could probably agree with that. I do think central banks are quite evil, but I don't think interest in and of itself is evil, because interest goes to many different things. As much as interest, goes to debt, interest can also make you money, because when you put your money into the bank, there is interest on that. The reason there is interest on that is because the bank uses a portion of the money that you put into the bank to lend to other people, and they then pay you a portion of the interest that they get because you help them lend out the money, right? So it can make you money, but yes, it also costs you money. Your points have validity, however, but they are just making for old WoW players, but new ones. Fortimus Rex. Okay, so I don't know what however Z remember. I don't know what that means. They're just making WCENS for old WoW players, but new ones. So it's not really working for the new ones, and it's also not really working for the old ones, Fortimus. So you can disagree as much as you want. It's not like WoW is swimming in brand new players. Look, if Dragonflight brought with it millions upon millions upon millions of new players, I would have said, yeah, all right, I'm wrong. I should just quit this game because clearly it's not made for me any longer. But Dragonflight isn't bringing millions and millions of new players in, so the new player theory doesn't work. And you can't say that they're trying to bring in new players because the game was at its peak when it did exactly what I said it should have done, which is to write a good story. And that has never changed. Classic is bigger than retail. Are we to believe that people don't like the writing in Classic? Then why the fuck is Classic bigger than retail? If people preferred the story writing in retail, surely retail would have been bigger. Wait, you guys have... But wait, no, the UK have monthly bank fees as well? At least back when I was there, they had monthly bank fees. Like, you paid a couple of pounds a month and all of your withdrawals and stuff was free? You can tell and show, or tell or show? No, you can't, Fortimus. You can't. There is only one way to tell a good story, and that is to show, not to tell. There is no, you can tell, it's fine. Even in a book, they will show you what's going on instead of telling you what is going on. Now you can say, wait, that's weird. How can they show you? By writing it in such a way that you can see what is happening rather than someone just telling you what happened. That's the whole point, right? There's no such thing as, oh, you can choose. You know, stories can be told or they can be shown. No. If you are telling everyone what happened rather than showing them what happened, you're not doing your job. You're not telling a story. You're doing a recount of events. And that's not the same as telling a story. You're just recounting the events. That's not a story. Just because you told your friend all the things that happened to you today doesn't make you a storyteller. If you tell your friend in such a way that you are painting them a picture of everything, so you are doing a dramatic retelling of the events of the day, now you're a storyteller. But if you ask me, hey, Aqua, how was your day? I'm like, oh, it was good. I went to the beach, had some coffee. The coffee was hot. That does not make me a storyteller. That just means I told you what my day was like. But now if I go, oh, dude, it was good. I woke up and there was a breeze that rolled round. And the breeze was rustling the curtains. And as I stepped out of my door, the sunlight hit me. It was so bright. Everything was lit up. It was golden. The mountaintops was absolutely painted in gold. As I left my house, there were birds chirping. And there were about 4 or 5 different types of birds, all singing their own songs. Now I've become a storyteller. I am painting a story for you. I am allowing you to be in that story. Now, I am limited to the words that I can use because I don't have the time to actually draw it for you, right? But the words that I'm using, I am recounting as well as playing it out for you so that you can experience it in as close a fashion as I did. What those cinematics are isn't storytelling. It's me dumping an exposition on you. It's me recounting the events of things that I should have shown you. And it doesn't matter if you're doing it with feeling, you're still just recounting events. Minimal exposition is okay as long as it enriches the show, not replaces it. Natalie, yeah. I mean, all stories is going to have a modicum of tell in it, right? But the telling should only ever be used as an intro to the showing. It should never be used as a replacement thereof. That is just like it, dude. This is story writing or storytelling 101. Like, we're not dealing with, this is not like it's some weird unknown science that we haven't quite figured out how to do storytelling. We know exactly how to do storytelling, like exactly. It's not, we don't have to guess. We know exactly how to do storytelling. There's actual courses that you can take that will teach you how to tell a story. That's how much we've got it down, right? The only reason some people fail at telling stories is because they're not creative enough. But it's definitely not because they don't know what the fuck. Like we don't know. Right? It's all guesswork. Like some stories work, other stories we don't know. No, we absolutely know why stories work and what stories don't work. In fact, we have it down. We have a word for it. We call it tropes. You use different types of tropes and you utilize them well, and then your story works. How to do showing of stories? Natalie, well, there you go. Anyone that knows anything about storytelling would have watched those cinematics and would have come to the exact same conclusion. This is very bad storytelling. Natalie, that's very good, actually. See, the problem is, and these arguments pop up all the time on, in the comment section. The issue we have in World of Warcraft, and I fundamentally believe that this is one of the biggest issues we have in World of Warcraft, is that there's a ton of players in World of Warcraft that fill in the blanks and then forgive the developers for not doing their jobs. You see, so you have players that will watch something like the new cinematics and they will use their own headcanon, yeah? And their own headcanon will then be placed on top of the cinematic, and they will go, oh, this fits so well with my own headcanon. This is such a good cinematic. And then when you talk to those players about why this was such a good cinematic, it becomes very clear. They're giving you headcanon. They're explaining the cinematic to you based on their own headcanon, based on their own theories. Not based on what's actually in the cinematic. Because the actual cinematic, they have sort of ignored. They've gone, nope, never mind. I'll guess a lot of the things that needs to go into the cinematic. I'll just supplant it in my own head, right? I'll make sure that it's there. And I think in large part, it's because there's a lot of players that play World of Warcraft that, one, don't play any other game, and two, that have grown so used to the storytelling in World of Warcraft that they don't know what good storytelling is supposed to look like. In their minds, this is good storytelling. Like, what are you talking about? How can this be bad? A good story shouldn't need you explaining it. If you have to do work in order to explain the basic concepts of a story, the story itself failed. It just didn't do its job well. You should be able to watch something and with no outside guesswork, no replacement of story elements, the story should just be good in and of itself. There is no shot that anyone watched the new cinematics and liked it just for what it was. No shot. No shot. The only way you could like the new cinematics is if the new cinematics sort of loosely tied to your own headcanon. Anyway, because it's objectively bad storytelling. It's objectively bad. There's no, it's okay, it's kind of hit and miss. It's objectively bad. Big surprise, they actually, they judge movies very similarly. There are, in a movie, there's 3 different stories being told in exactly the at exactly the same time. There's the story, the visual story, there's the audible story, and then there's the dialogue story. And all 3 of these stories have to work first on their own, and then you can apply them in unison, right? So you should be able to watch an entire film without any dialogue, and it should make sense. You should be able to derive the story from what you're seeing on the screen without hearing anything. The music should be able to engage your emotions without even seeing what is on the screen. And we all know that songs can do this. That if you hear a specific song, that song can hit you without seeing anything, without hearing any dialogue. You hear this song and it fucking hits you to your core. Like suddenly it moves you in a way. That's when you choose the right music. That's when you've done the work and you've chosen the right music for your movie. The dialogue is then placed on top of it, and it all forms the movie alongside it. So once all 3 parts are put together, that's when you have what is called a phenomenal film. When all 3 of these components work together. This cinematic isn't that, right? So let's watch this cinematic with no sound. With no sound, right? If I may ask, is there any quest or part of a quest in DF you really like? Yeah, I do. I enjoyed the Blue Dragon quest line, and I very much enjoy the tier 1. The tier 1 is very, very good. Okay, so if you do not read the subtitles here, yeah? Does this cinematic mean anything? If you exclude the subtitles, this cinematic has no meaning, no value, no anything. What you're seeing is a bunch of people that may be they may be in a conversation with each other, but what that conversation is about would be beyond anyone's gaze. You wouldn't be able to know. It's like for blind people, but big surprise, that's exactly my point. You're hitting the nail on the head. And I said this a few days ago. This entire cinematic is written as if all Blizzard players are blind. So they can't show you anything, right? They're not allowed to show you anything because the blind people can't see it. No. They have to tell you. It feels like dialogue that was supposed to be... This feels like it was supposed to be a caption script. You guys know what captions are, right? If you're watching a movie and you turn captions on, they'll tell you everything that's going on. And he sighs. There's light coming through the room. It's a dark room. There's 2 chairs. The first man goes and he sits on the chair. The second man joins him. A lady walks past. These are captions, right? It's for people who are impaired so that they can watch the film and understand what the hell's going on. Listen to the dialogue and tell me that that isn't exactly what this is.
How can this be? Our spectral powers have returned?
This is not the Titan's magic.
This is of our world, yet unlike anything I have known.
Amir Drasil has left the dream. And while the aspects once gave their blessing to the world trees, this time...
Azeroth blessed us. I felt her presence. It was beautiful.
I felt her presence. It was beautiful. Why not show it? Why not show Azeroth's presence? Why not show that it is Azeroth empowering them? Not blind Echo, young? What the fuck? So young people are too stupid to see images and connect them? I think you're wildly underestimating what young people can do. I think you're wildly underestimating young people. Okay, let me fix the cinematic for you super quickly. I'll quickly fix the cinematic for you. Actually, you know what? Let me fix this for you fucking properly. Let me fix this for you properly. Hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to go on a little trip. We are about to go on a little trip here. No, that's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. Oh, fucking cancel this one. MP4. Oh, fuck off. There we go. And here we go. Ego, you can check. We're about to go on a little trip here, chat. I'm about to fix this entire cinematic. To help it make a lot more sense. We're going on a trip with our favorite rocket ship? Why not? Dude, this thing is fucking lagging and I don't understand why. I wonder if the stream isn't using too much shit. I'm probably gonna have to... I wonder if I could do this with the sound. The sound might be a little annoying, but hold up. Are we over? Are we? Yeah, we go. Actually, fuck it. Let's do this one instead. Oh, wait. No, I kind of know what I want to do. All right, we'll do this. Bring this in. Unlink that quickly. I think I'm gonna unlink this. Remove this. Oh my god, that was wrong. Yeah, just remove this, and then chat. Okay, so we want to basically do. We want to do this. Actually, move that and move that in. Like so. So we want to do... we want to do... let's not remove that one just yet. Let's keep this entire thing just as is. Move it here. Now we go to this one, right? So we... Okay, this is sort of the first time that I'm doing editing like this, but I'm gonna try my best to see if I can pull it off. Let's just quickly watch what's going on here. So I need sound there still.
Hear me.
So I need sound there still, but I have an idea for this one at least. Hold up, let me just think here. I think, okay, what if we did this? Link these together. Like so. So we got, fuck, that's not gonna work. Because I want this. Oh, wait. I think I know what I want to do. Hold Okay, we're not going to be able to do the sound. Fuck it. I'm not going to... It's going to be jarring as fuck, but remember, I'm not really an editor. But this should serve the purpose of what I wanted to serve. So... I could probably, yeah.
Hear me.
And right there, what was your takeaway from what you just saw? What did you, chat, take away from that? What was your... What did you just see? What was the picture you just saw there? This was weird. No, it wasn't. I wonder if I could do a crossfade on this and maybe a crossfade on that. Let's hear. All right. Now it has sound and everything, right? Sound and everything. So let's see if we can fix it a little bit more. Let's see if there's something.
This.
Let's do video transition. Let's do that, and let's do another crossfade here. Let's see if that works.
This is not the Titan's magic.
All right, you could do that. You could do something like that, or you could go even more extreme.
This is our world, yet unlike anything I have known.
Amir Drasil has left the dream. And while the aspects once gave their blessing to the world trees, this time...
Gilgamesh, I'm literally doing the edit here, yeah.
Us. Blessed us. Azeroth blessed us.
Maybe we even do this instead. Wait, this might actually be a better crossfade here. If we do
Azeroth blessed us. I felt her presence. It was beautiful.
There we go. I fixed it for them. It took us, what, 5 seconds? 5 minutes? And I'm not even a good editor. I'm a really shit editor. And I have fixed it. You give me a little bit more resources and I would probably be able to fucking do this really, really well. you didn't need all the exposition dump nonsense. It's crazy to me that this like, why wouldn't you?
It was beautiful.
You could legitimately just have this be right here. How long was this? We have 30 seconds. I have done what it took them 1 minute and 20 seconds to do, of just massive exposition dumps, because that's all they did, right? Was they had this giant exposition dump where every character was given the opportunity to say a bunch of bullshit. Like, every character needed to say a thing. For example, the part where Marithra tells us about the the tree and Amir-Drasil was being born. That basically has nothing to do with this cinematic. Like, it doesn't fit. What you're trying to do is you're trying to say that the aspects got their powers back. And Marithra falls out with the tree blessed us, and the Titans once blessed the trees. And what does that have to do with the fucking... Like, what does it have to do with what you're trying to show? You're trying to show that the aspects have their powers back and that the power came from Azeroth. Well, show it like this. No, I could make this better. Fuck, now I can make this better. Hold up. I know this is fine. I can make this better. I think this is better, actually. Do a quick one.
Hear me.
I think that's better, right?
Hear me.
But maybe we can make this shorter as well. This seems a little bit long-ish. Seems a little bit long. How do I fucking cut it without fucking up the sound? Let's see. Oh my gosh. I wouldn't fuck this up. What if I did this instead? Hold up. Let's see if this works. This may actually work better. I'm not sure. We'll see.
Hear me.
Azeroth blessed us. I felt her presence. It was beautiful.
There you go. I've made your cinematic, Blizzard. Congratulations. You don't even have to pay me, but I've done. I've made it, so you could probably even, you know what? You could actually even remove this and just have it like this. I've done it. There you go. That's the whole story right there, right? You now know everything you needed to know from this cinematic. Like, everything you needed to know in this cinematic, you now know. The aspects have their power back, and the power comes from Azeroth. Boom. And it took me 22 seconds. You know what? I am so proud of this little motherfucker. Especially since I don't know what the fuck I'm doing half the time. I'm exporting this. This is mine now. I fixed it. We may as well throw it in there. It's fine. I'm not uploading this to YouTube, so it's fine. Wait, someone said the newser left Blizzard? What? Can I get a link to that, please? I really need a link to that. Apparently, Towley said that the newser is gone. The newser has left, boys. If Towley is correct, the newser has fucked off. Finally. Okay, so if we want to upload this video, there we go. I'm very proud of myself. I'm very proud of myself. Please add just one more second before Azeroth opens her eyes. Dude, now you're asking for things that I can't fucking do. Like, you're asking for things that I cannot do. I don't know how to do that. But I think it hits the mark of what needs to happen. Let's see if someone tagged me with this brilliant bit of news. No. Dude, where did you get this from? Like, where did you find out that Steve the Newser is gone from Blizzard? Yeah, if you are on X or Twitter, please go like this and retweet it. So people can fucking see this and actually realize that this is all that was required. Like, this is it. This is the cinematic. You know, please reward my 5 minutes of work with recognition from the WoW community, so I can feel special. I appreciate you. Since you are his arch enemy, so I heard it and I had to tell you, dude. I am. I think the newser is my arch enemy. Like, I'm not one for dramatic stuff. And I'm definitely not one for arch enemies. But if I had an arch enemy, then I would, like, probably Steve the Newser would be my arch enemy. Like, if I were to have one, like, if I was a superhero, he would be the main villain in my fucking story. Who wants to write WoW as a children's book? Dude, now watch this story not get better, and we realize that it was never Steve the Newser in the first place. Like, fucking watch. Liartis, it doesn't really matter because the assumption right now is that it is Azeroth. So remember, I'm not making a new cinematic here. I'm just presenting what Blizzard could have done. Right? That's the only point here, is that if for all of this, right, this entire cinematic year, right up until, well, actually, right up until fucking the 1 minute and 59 second bit is 22 seconds if you just show instead of tell. And that's the point that I was trying to make. Because if you did this for the first 22 seconds, it leaves you with another 1.5 minutes of actual storytelling. Like, now you can do cool shit, right? You can have the aspects actually have a conversation about what happens next, about what they still have to do next. You could maybe have an Extraza here turn to Tyr, or turn to the Tyr guard and be like, are you ready? Right? And that can set up a whole new story. So you've saved yourself some time because you've literally shown instead of told. And now you can spend the rest of the time actually setting up the next parts of the story instead of having 2 minutes of just doing this. No, Liartis, as I said, there was no assumption here that the voice was Azeroth in the greater scheme of lore. But in this cinematic, in this instance, we accept that that voice is Azeroth because that's what I wanted the voice to be for this cinematic. And I think it works. Sean, thank you very much. Really appreciate you. Do we now? So you would be reacting to his live stream? Did he say it live? Fortimus, what do you mean, why do I stand with Balila? On what? Domago, send me a DM so I can find you. Three reactions I can on. Let's see what people say. Awesome work. WoW writers need to take a writing storytelling class from you. I was there. Yep. Cesius, thanks. You got him. He's nothing but a negative shell. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. Balila is not a negative shell. Balila is honest. Now, you may not always agree with Balila, and here's the beautiful thing. You don't have to. You see, the problem that I have, like, this is a really big problem for me within the WoW community. No one is allowed to have any opinions unless all those opinions align with my opinions. I fundamentally accept that there are other people with their own opinions about where the story is. When I tell you that I don't like where the story is, it's because I don't like where the story is. Doesn't mean you don't have, like, it doesn't mean you have to feel the same way I do. I'm telling you, I don't like where the story is going. Like, that's the end of it, right? That's all I give a fuck about. Skyline, that is true, but sadly I couldn't put boobs in because I don't have that skill. But if you gave me, like, if you drew the boobs, I would put them in there. It's wild to me how often the community in WoW just refuses to allow anyone to fucking speak unless you espouse the exact ideas that we've decided is the right ideas. And that's such a wrong way to think about things. That is a terrible way. Like, because here's the thing. Do you think, Fortimus, do you believe that Balula is lying about what he's saying? Do you think Balula is lying? Okay, Fortimus, I'm glad that you said negative clicks. So you believe that Balula lies just to get clicks. You believe that Balula doesn't believe what he's saying. Is that correct? According to this, he's still at the company, by the way. But Fortimus, that's not what I asked you. I asked you very specifically, do you believe that Balula is lying about what he's saying? In other words, he's saying things he doesn't actually believe simply because he's trying to get clicks. Landron, Amir Drassil, as far as we know, is now in the Dragon Isles. I believe right after the quest line, it shows up in the Dragon Isles. In the exact spot where it stood, it's now just in reality. Okay, so you have to... You don't know. Okay, so you have to think about what you're saying, right? When you tell someone that you only care about negative clicks, or you only care about clicks, you're only being negative so that you can get clicks. What you are saying is that you are a deeply dishonest person who is making stuff up for clout. That is what you're saying. It cannot be anything else. There's no duality to what you're saying. You are saying that you're lying and making stuff up because you're trying to get clicks. Because as long as what I'm saying is also what I believe, then I am simply sharing my opinion on what is going on, right? Which is the whole point of being a YouTuber. I am sharing my opinion on what I see. If you don't believe that that is what I am doing, then you are calling me a dishonest person. Same with Balula. If you don't believe that that is what Balula is doing, then you have to admit, or you have to then contend with the fact that he is a deeply dishonest human being. Now, if you are going to claim that, I have no problem with that, right? If you are going to claim that Balula is a deeply dishonest human being, then I need proof. If you accuse someone of lying, then you need evidence that they are lying. You can't just make that accusation. You have to prove that. And if you cannot prove that, then it means that you are saying things that are like you're slandering him with no proof or evidence of anything other than the fact that you don't like what he says. Let me ask you this way, Fortimus. Is there any chance, that Balula genuinely believes what he's saying, and that by saying it, he is genuinely trying to make the game better? Do you think there's even a 1% chance of that? Because the game went to the shitter in the last few years? Yeah, it's fine that you have feelings about that. I'm asking you, do you believe that there is even a 1% chance that Balula believes what he's saying? It's possible. All right. So then Balula isn't just making negative videos for clicks. Then Balula is sharing his opinion on where the game is. Now, do you know how we can prove that Balula is indeed not just being negative for clicks? At the beginning of this expansion, all of Balula's videos were positive. All of it. Mine too, by the way. I had only positive videos. And then patch 0.7 happened and my videos started to become a little bit more negative at times. Then 0.1 happened and my videos started to become a little bit more negative. And then 1.5 happened and my videos became quite negative. And then 0.17 came out and then it became really negative. And then 0.2 came out and now it's really, really, really negative. Why is that? I am simply tracking my opinion of the game. Right? I am simply giving you my opinion of where the game is and where the story is. I'm not hunting negativity. I'm not hunting negative clicks. If you want to know, what do you think is more successful in the World of Warcraft community? Negativity or positivity? As a content creator. What would get you more clicks? Negativity or positivity? In the WoW community. You think negative, Sean? I have evidence to show that that is not true, though. Mr. GM has had average subscriber growth of between 2,000 and 1,000 pretty much this whole expansion. Better than pretty much every other content creator. His views have popped off pretty much contrary to most of the content creators. And Mr. GM is very positive about WoW. You see, the thing is, all or most of the players that are negative about World of Warcraft currently have quit. They're no longer playing, right? 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, negativity would have been better. Negativity would have been popping off during the days of Shadowlands and even during the days of BFA. But we're now in Dragonflight. Dragonflight did not bring back the players that quit in Shadowlands and BFA. So what happens is, you're now in the WoW community. The people that are still watching WoW videos, by and large, are the only people that still want to play WoW. They don't want negativity. They want positivity. They want people that suck Denuzer's dick. They want people to be on their knees and tickle Denuzer's balls while they're deep-throating him. That's all they care about. They do not stand for negativity. Over the last 4 days, I have made a number of negative videos, right? About the new cinematics, because as you can imagine, I'm not extremely excited about the new cinematics. And I believe I've already lost something like 20 or 30 subscribers as a result of that. Which is fine. You know, I've never done this for subscribers. I've only ever done it because I need to be honest and I need to give my opinion on whatever the fuck. And if people want to leave, they'll leave. If they don't want to leave, they won't leave. On my main channel, I have lost subscribers. On my clips channel, I have been gaining a boatload of subscribers. But remember, that is mainly people who are no longer playing WoW, who is now discovering a new guy shitting on the game. Why is that not doing well on my main channel? Because those people are not watching my main channel. They have already left my main channel, and the algorithm is ignoring them because they left my main channel when I was positive about the game. The Clips channel is small enough that it's now going out to all of those other people, right? It doesn't really have a established audience, and I appreciate that, Fartimus. I want people that is honest. I don't care about the number of subscribers that I have. I care about people that can accept other opinions, and I care about people that want to be here for me, you know? And if that's just 10 people, then that's just 10 people, and I'll stream for 10 people. Aragast. So, you see, I can only ever cover World of Warcraft honestly. Because I don't ever want to be in a position where I'm forced to cover the game even though I hate the game. I can't imagine being in that position. I can't imagine making videos purely because I have to, because my audience expects WoW videos, even though I don't like the game. So, you know, I'll say what I think, and people like that, great. If they don't like it, what the fuck can I do, right? There's nothing I can do. That's just what it is. Oh, shit. Thank you so much for the 55, man. Really appreciate that, Purple. You fixed the cinematic, good Echo, but where's the family together stuff? I love your honesty, by the way. Thank you very much, dude. Really appreciate that. There is no family together stuff. But, I mean, technically speaking, it kind of is here, right?
Sometimes it's about the...
Like, technically speaking, the family together stuff is there. Like, look, all of them together being blessed by Azeroth. Family. Well, yeah, but the context here. Like, if I had this skill, which I wish I had, but I don't. But if I had this skill right after this, is where I would probably... So if I could make this cinematic... and know... oh, shit. Thanks for the super chat, Purple. Really appreciate that, bro. I think it just came through, actually. What a delay. But if I could... If I had the skill to make this cinematic the way that I would love to make it, what I would do with this cinematic is I would remove Veranoth from this scene. And I would actually... Or I would have Veranoth badly injured during this scene. Because it's my understanding at the end of the raid, Veranoth gets mortally wounded. She's blasted with Shadow Flame or some shit. Right? So I would have this scene happen. Veranoth on the floor right after this. Then I would have Azeroth and them rush to Veranoth's aid to try and heal her. You have Azeroth, or you have Alexstrasza, you have Marithra draw the Shadow Flame out of her. This was borrowed from Balila, by the way. This was Balila's rewrite. He said in his rewrite that's what he would do. I thought it was good, so why change it? And then I would immediately go into whatever the next storyline is that we have planned. Now, if we look at where we are right now, we still have the tier storyline left that has to be dealt with. We may or may not still have some of the Druid of the Flame stuff left, maybe. So maybe I would go to that, to there. But yeah, I feel like there's other ways of showing the power of friendship in such a way that it isn't cringe. And there are ways to show that Azeroth empowered the Titans in such a way that it isn't cringe. Nothing about this cinematic rewrite of mine is cringe. It shows everything you need to see. And it links everything together in such a way that you walk away from this feeling exactly the way that you need to feel. And it's perfect, right? Now, I could probably have done this even better. Like, if I really wanted to, I would probably start this. So, at the start of this, I would have Azeroth just there, right? The bowl that is Azeroth just there with the music playing. Then cut to this scene, right? Where they're sort of spinning. And as the camera spins, it goes black and again to Azeroth just there. And then back to her spinning. And then I have the moment where, Alexstrasza's face comes up. And then we go to hear me. And boom, her eyes opening up. So I would play around with that a little bit more just to make sure that that connection is there. That it is Azeroth that is actually doing all of this. That's what I would have done if it was my cinematic. If I had the fucking skill. I don't have that skill. I can take what Blizzard did and make it better. I've been doing that for almost 7 years. But I cannot make it from scratch. Fatimus, I don't think Blizzard needs me to work there. They already have their ideas guy, and I'm pretty much just an ideas guy. I have no skill when it comes to editing, or like I could probably be a director. Like if they wanted me to be narrative director, that I could do. At cinematic, a scene where Anduin is crying because he didn't get aspect powers. Also make Alexstrasza boobs bigger. Oh, can you imagine that? Just make Anduin cry because he didn't become an aspect. Oh, that would be perfect. Oh, shit. Thanks for the super chat, man. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That would actually be perfect. It's only one more. I don't know where the other one is. Furorius. It's gone. It's something of the past. But yeah, no, I mean... Troubleshooter, thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate you. Yeah, I don't know. It is what it is. I'm not... I guess it's also... like we should probably keep in mind as well that it is easy to do. It's easier to criticize than what it is to create from scratch. And I fully respect that. But then again, it isn't my fucking job, right? I didn't literally study to do this. Yep, pretty much. Share on Reddit, Akko. Furorius, why don't you share it on Reddit? Why must... like, dude, do you know how fucking terrible it is to share your own shit on Reddit? Like, you share it on Reddit. Balthazar, I don't think so. At least, I don't... That's not the Saint Sidegate. Because if you really were tired of it and you just wanted to finish it, then this is 22 seconds. Jay Willie, how you doing, bro? Like, if really, if you just wanted to get it over and done with, this cinematic took them 2 minutes to make. Well, probably a lot longer than that, but it's a 2-minute cinematic. Mine is 22 seconds, 23 seconds. Like, if you really just wanted to get it over and done with, mine is still better. I don't think there's a single universe in which mine isn't better. Furious, but that's what Reddit is for, right? It's for naughty stuff. It's for porn and shit. The best porn is on Reddit, everyone knows that. I should now do a video and call it the making of the cinematic, and I just share how I made this cinematic, this brilliant masterpiece of mine. I think I should do a video like that, making of the End of Raid cinematic. Just my absolute creative brilliance that I share with the world. This whole Reddit must be purged. Reddit is fun. I like Reddit. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm being too harsh. Maybe I'm not being harsh enough. Who knows? Apparently, Show Don't Tell was invented by the CIA to combat the wordy Soviet media. Geez, I wouldn't. I mean, I guess I can see that. I guess I can see that. According to Taliesin, wait. Taliesin said that Show Don't Tell was invented by the CIA. And yet, it's been used in theater for hundreds of years, if not thousands of years.
Show don't tell, and I agree. I think that's great. But then we all love Final Fantasy XIV, which absolutely tells, not shows.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Does it not fucking, like, what? Final Fantasy is like the ultimate show don't tell. You're literally part of the conversation. They're having conversations and you're a part of those conversations.
You know, so, like, clearly Show Don't Tell isn't the exclusive way to tell a good story, because Final Fantasy tells its story really well, but it is very much tell, don't show Final Fantasy XIV. How?
Please elaborate, Taliesin. Enlighten me. How is it tell, don't show?
You know? Because that's a perfectly valid way of telling a story. It's a very Western thing, this, well, and specifically American in the like 1930s and 40s thing, this whole show don't tell. You know, it was actually pushed by the CIA as an...
All right. Why the writing of a show don't tell is inherently, oh my fuck, he got it from Vox. He got it from Vox, of course. He got it from that bastion of truth, Vox. You all know what I'm talking about, right? The absolute, you know, arbiters of truth. Show, don't tell. Meaning. Show, don't tell is a narrative technique used in various kinds of text to allow the reader to experience the story through actions, words, subtext, thoughts, senses, and feelings, rather than through the author's exposition, summarization, and description. Let's see what Wikipedia tells us. Now, granted, Wikipedia is much better than Vox, but you know, we'll quickly do a little bit of a fact check here. Now, the thoughts describes the concept is often attributed to Russian playwright Anton Chekhov, reputed to have said, "Don't tell me the moon is shining, show me the glint of light on broken glass." In a letter to his brother, Chekhov actually said, "In descriptions of nature, one must seize on small details, grouping them so that when the reader closes his eyes, he gets a picture." Oh my... So, in other words, it was pushed by the CIA agent Anton Chekhov. One of the greatest playwrights, by the way, of our generation, of our era. That great CIA plant, Anton Chekhov, is the one that invented show, don't tell. Taliesin, you are a fucking moron. Everyone that follows you are morons because you lie through your teeth. You just invent shit and then go, that's the truth because I read it on Vox. A quick Google search, bro, proves to you how fucking bonkers you are. If you studied drama, both your parents are like drama teachers or whatever the fuck. You wanted to be an actor and you don't know this shit? This shit is as old as fucking time. Anton Chekhov was just the guy that really depicted it. He explained it. He put it into action, into words. But it is something that has existed for a really long fucking time. What are you talking about? Oh my god, this guy is nuts, bro. So this thing comes from the American playwright and scriptwriter Mark Swan, could talk of little else than the motto he'd placed on the wall above his writing desk, show, not tell, in the 1871 to 1942 is when this guy lived, FYI. Right? So, he worked for the CIA as well, apparently. Percy Lubbock, in chapter 8 of The Craft of Fiction, 1921, British essayist Percy Lubbock wrote, "Picture and drama. This is an antithesis which continually appears in a novel. Henry James used them in discussing his own novels when he reviewed them all in his later years, but I use them, I must add, in a rather more extended sense than he did. When the subject of criticism is fiction generally, not his alone, picture will take a wider meaning as opposed to drama. It is a question, I said, of the reader's relation to the writer. In one case, the reader faces towards the storyteller and listens to him. In the other, he turns towards the story and watches it. In the drama of the stage, in the acted play, the spectator evidently has no direct concern with the author at all while the action is proceeding. Show, don't tell." So it has nothing to do with the CIA. It is not a Western concept. Taliesin, you absolute fucking cretin. Like, holy shit, bro. It is attributed to Anton Chekhov, that great Western playwright that was born in Russia and is Russian. Last time I checked, Russia is not part of the West. In fact, he's from your motherland. He's from the place that you love so much. That communist utopia that killed tens of millions of people. He's from your fucking neck of the woods, you asshole. Like, it's not the West. What are you talking about, you fucking idiot?
American ideal as like to combat Soviet and Russian and you're going to say Soviet is Russian, but I mean like pre-Soviet Russia, Soviet and Russian like literature, which is very wordy and very
all right, so Taliesin has proved first and foremost that he doesn't have a fucking clue what's going on in life in general. He's also just now proved that he doesn't actually know what the concept show don't tell refers to. Because first he said Final Fantasy is the ultimate tell don't show. Imagine that. And now he's saying that Russian literature is very wordy. That's not what it means. It's not what it means. Let's use Anton Chekhov, right? Let's use Anton Chekhov. Don't tell me the moon is shining. Show me the glint of light on broken glass. So rather than write, and the moon was shining, you say the moonlight was hitting through the tinted glass, throwing rays of light all over the marbled floor. Now I have shown you. Yes, I've used words. I've typed it out, because how the fuck else am I supposed to do it? I can't just think it and push it into your mind. Telepathy doesn't work yet, right? We haven't figured out yet how to communicate with just thoughts. So I have to put the fucking thing somewhere for you to understand, and it so happens that that's language and words. So I type it out, but I'm showing you what I'm talking about. I'm not just telling you, right? I'm not telling you that the moon is shining. I'm showing you what the moon does, and thereby the viewer or reader or reader, right, takes away from it. Oh, the moon is shining, and it must look beautiful as the moonlight hits the glass just right at the right angle to throw beams of light all over the floor. It must be beautiful. Jason being the smartest man in the fucking room. Let's go.
Tell, don't show. And so the CIA, as part of the Cold War, literally saw it as an act of patriotism to promote show, don't tell as an American ideal. I think Final Fantasy XIV does both. Yes, so it definitely does lots of tell, don't show, like I say. Yeah, you agree with me. That's good.
No. Final Fantasy absolutely shows. In Final Fantasy, it is a conversation between you and the characters. They are conversing with you. When something happens and they need you to go do something, they are conveying to you what had happened, and then usually in all of those cutscenes, they will show you what had happened while a very real piece of dialogue is taking place. So they may tell you of this giant spaceship that had just arrived and is absolutely slaughtering people, right? And in a very real sense, they're saying, and it arrived and it's slaughtering people, but then they also show you the spaceship as it's arriving and slaughtering people. We call that show don't tell. But dialogue is dialogue. When you have a dialogue with another human being, that's dialogue that has to happen. Final Fantasy doesn't do exposition dumps. This is an exposition dump. They're not having a dialogue. The way they speak is not how any normal mortal human would speak. No one would speak this way. Well, maybe like a very, very IQ challenged human being may speak this way, but most human beings would not speak this way. What they're doing here is just dumping exposition all over the place and being like, oh, that'll do. Now everyone knows what the fuck is happening, rather than showing. Taliesin, this guy should stop streaming because he makes an absolute fool of himself every single time he does. Because he shows so clearly his complete ineptitude for any concept. Like, dude, imagine being so misled by the propaganda that you read that you just accept. You read Vox, and Vox claims that show don't tell is a CIA invention, that you don't even go, hey, maybe I should just Google that before I talk about it. Maybe I should just double check. You know, I might be completely fucking bonkers here. And I don't want to make a fool of myself talking about something I don't fucking know. He says it with such conviction. And yet, he couldn't be more wrong. If he tried, he couldn't be more wrong.
Yeah. So this idea that show don't tell is like this pristine, ideal way of storytelling is not actually true. There's loads of great literature which does completely the opposite.
No, there isn't actually. Name one. Like, this is the other problem that I have with Taliesin. He says things and then proves nothing. There's loads of other literature that's completely the opposite. Like what? If you're gonna say that, right? If you're literally gonna speak out against all of the great literature, name something. Like name, please. Name an author that wrote a book and that just told the audience everything. Didn't show them shit. He just told them everything.
But you got to do it well, right? In both case, you know, bad show don't tell is bad, and bad tell don't show is bad.
Yeah, but you don't know what it means. You don't know what it fucking means, bro.
In Final Fantasy XIV, a lot of it feels like actual conversations. I mean, I disagree. I think, like, Final Fantasy XIV, I really enjoy the dialogue of it, but it barely ever feels like real conversations to me. Particularly when, like, you're talking to baddies and stuff. I like it, fine. Let's see, that's the thing. When I say something feels heightened or stylized or, you know, I'm actually not using it as a criticism. And because you guys often use it as a criticism, you think that's me criticizing something, but I'm not. I'm just saying, like, it's heightened and it's very stylized, and particularly when baddies are talking, you know, it's like you go into a pocket.
You see, here he is trying to defend WoW by shitting on Final Fantasy XIV, then realizing, oh, I can't shit on Final Fantasy XIV. I actually have Final Fantasy XIV viewers. Actually, no. I mean, when I say that the dialogue doesn't seem like real and stuff, you know, what I'm actually saying is, it's good. You know, dialogue shouldn't be real and shit. Dude, if you like the dialogue, then clearly it's real. Because if you didn't like the dialogue, you most likely didn't like it because it felt fake. It didn't feel real. You cannot like dialogue that feels unnatural. Unnatural dialogue will make you feel uncomfortable, and as soon as you feel uncomfortable, you're no longer enjoying the dialogue. What are you struggling with? Like, how is this? It is impossible to like dialogue that isn't real. Unless, of course, your livelihood depends on it, and you have to shill for it, because otherwise you won't be invited to BlizzCon anymore.
Dimension where time stands still. And that's not by accident. That's like a specific style of presentation, right? This idea that it's like a Shakespearean like monologue, right? Like time literally stands still while we have this conversation, you know?
What the fuck was his point? I think what he's referring to is that old Western CIA concept called an aside. It was invented by Shakespeare. It's called an aside. It's when the main character, or at least the main character on stage, has a very long monologue, and the monologue is actually happening on the side. So everything else sort of pauses while the main character is speaking to the audience without actually speaking to the audience. Yes, that is a very, very good tool, and used by Shakespeare to an incredible degree with incredible success, because the monologues were phenomenal and they were usually presented by phenomenal actors. So what again is the point? We're talking about bad dialogue here, and you bring up Shakespeare? I don't know if that's the right play, Governor.
Yeah, totally. Anime time, like just like aside time is what I would call it. When a Shakespearean character does an aside, time is essentially not happening, and even though the person is talking, like in a way that everyone should be able to hear them, no one hears them. Stuff like that, you know.
Okay, what's the point? I think that's literally what it is. Yes, that is literally how it was invented. Yep, true.
Isn't Virnoth taking the gift just contradicting her entire character standpoint? Well, she doesn't think it's a Titan gift, so no.
Fine, well, now we're getting into him just making shit up.
It's the simple answer. She hates the Titans, and she doesn't even hate the Titans because... Like, she hates the Titans because they did stuff to the Brood, right? They did stuff to the kids without consent, which sounds terrible, and I guess it is. So, yeah, I'm glad it sounds terrible.
There we go. Me and Taliesin actually agree for once. Took a while. Like, we had to go through a lot of bad takes to get to one good one. I guess that's why people like watching him, because every once in a while he happens to accidentally stumble upon a good fucking take. I'm sorry, but if he didn't block me on Twitter, I would literally just screenshot this and send it to him. According to Taliesin, that great Russian playwright Anton Chekhov was a CIA plant. I don't want to keep watching. What am I watching?
So, like, she doesn't see this as a Titan thing, so she's down with it. That's perfectly in keeping with her character. You know? Yeah, it sounds like the Titans did some pretty fucked up stuff, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they say in the gift that, and this is the thing, like, a lot of people are saying, you know, show don't tell, and I think that is generally a pretty good rule to go by, especially in cinematics where you don't have...
Wait, didn't he just say that was a CIA invention? Didn't he just, like, 5 minutes ago say that was a CIA invention to combat the Soviet Union or Soviet Union Russia thing, whatever the fuck he wants to say there? So now it is a good thing. So what are you saying? The CIA is good? I tell you, I don't understand.
Time for much speaking. So I think it's good advice generally for WoW cinematics to be like show don't tell. I think it's good advice for them, definitely. Final Fantasy XIV has a lot more time for their cinematics, so they can afford to indulge in a bit of tell don't show, and that's great. But I think it is good advice generally for WoW to show don't tell.
Here's good advice for you, Tally. Don't speak about stuff that you don't fucking understand. Like that would be the best advice I can give you. If you don't quite understand the concept, yeah, don't talk about it. Because you have now demonstrated over and over again you have no idea what show don't tell means. But over and over again, you have shown you have no idea what it means. It is completely over your fucking head. Because in your mind, anytime a character says any words that is tell, oh, fucking hell, it just hit me how stupid this is. Oh, my fuck. All right. I can see where the confusion is for this guy. Because... because the character is telling something, right? That is tell. That is the Talbot, as far as he's concerned. Showing can only ever happen in movies. You can't show in a book. You can only tell in a book. Wow. I think I understand now where the confusion is coming from. The dude is incapable of understanding concepts. He just thinks in absolute.
But then, you know, and I mean this with the best will in the world, I do. The WoW community aren't usually always, 100% of the time, that great at picking up on stuff. Like, I know I mentioned it on Twitter, Maybe Asmund thought I was talking about him, but I wasn't. But you know, when the thing I always think of is when Sylvanas turned around in that cinematic about her and was like, there is no redemption for me. The soul might be separated, but we are not different people. She is me. I did those things. There is no escape. There is no redemption for me. Like the literal words. And people went, oh my God, I can't believe Sylvanas is being redeemed.
But she was redeemed. She was. They absolutely. They completely whitewashed her entire character by literally going, oh yeah, it wasn't her. It wasn't her. It was the bad part of her. Now they tried to sort of softcore it, you know. They tried to softcore the redemption thing by going, she still has to pay for her crimes. But that small little change, the fact that she was split in two, means that she can be forgiven in the future, which is literally what the redemption arc is about. Whether she's paying for it or not doesn't matter. She is redeemed. Like, that has 100% redeemed them. Taliesin, I find it rich that you, after like the last 5 minutes, would sit here and say that the WoW community is very bad at picking up on stuff. I find that rich, considering the fact that you think Show Don't Tell is a CIA thing. And the fact that you don't even understand the concept of Show Don't Tell. I think it makes sense that you would also not understand the Sylvanas redemption arc. Now, I didn't particularly think the Sylvanas thing was wrong. And the reason I didn't think the Sylvanas thing was wrong is because I fucking said that this is exactly what's going to happen at the start when we got the Uther cinematic. When we saw that Uther soul was split, I said that's exactly what happened to Sylvanas. She was also killed by Frostmourne. Her soul was also split. The good part of her soul is inside Frostmourne. She only has the bad part left. I even showed you the cinematic where she goes in, and when she comes out, there's just the red eyes and the fucking the badass bitch that wants to destroy everything Banshee. I proved before it even came out. I showed that this is exactly what Blizzard is going to do. So I have no problem with the fact that Blizzard literally just used my story and said that's what it is. But it is a redemption. You 100% used her soul that was split as a redemption. That's not... You don't have to guess about that. If you didn't want to redeem her, you wouldn't have her soul be split. You would have it so that, yes, she absolutely burned the tree, and she always wanted to burn the tree. It doesn't matter. Like that's it, right? That's not a redemption arc. Anything other than that is a redemption arc. And just because the redemption arc is going to take much longer, and it's not an instant redemption arc, doesn't mean it's not a redemption arc. Because her soul was split in two, she now has the opportunity to redeem herself. What does a redemption arc mean, chat? What does it mean when we say that a character has a redemption arc? It means that the character has the opportunity to redeem themselves. Isn't that exactly what Sylvanas has now? Like, literally by the exact meaning of the words. I don't know what to say. Other than, what the fuck? I can't keep watching this guy, Ferorius. Cesius, I'm sorry, but if there was anything else that he wanted to fucking share, I'm out. Like, I that's enough brain damage for today. Like, and if there are Taliesin viewers that watched up until now, Zero Fengshu, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, man. That was tough to watch. That was fucking tough to watch, man. Wait, how the fuck can they be blessed by Azeroth? The tree comes from the Shadowlands. Also, Alexstrasza says that the aspects didn't bless Teldrassil, which ain't true. Both Alex and Ysera did. Rainwater, while Ysera and Alexstrasza blessed it, Nosdormu never blessed it, so the blessings weren't complete. That might be what they were referring to. And also remember, while the tree may have come from the Shadowlands, the tree is part of Azeroth now. So the tree can absolutely exist and belong to Azeroth because it is on Azeroth and everything on Azeroth belongs to Azeroth. So no, that part I'm perfectly fine with. It's a decent part. The thing is, so redemption arcs, I don't want to even get into it, man. It is what it is. It doesn't matter. Yeah. You know what? Fuck it. I'm not getting into this anymore. Let Taliesin do his Taliesin things. It is what it is, you know? Not digging at them or anything. It just makes them look fake. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it may be that Blizzard is just trying to retcon the whole Blessing of Teldrassil in the first place. I wouldn't put it past them. They may actually want to just retcon all of that shit. Which, by the way, I'm fine with. If you really feel like you want to retcon something, go for it. But then be honest about it. Be big, be bold, and do it blatantly. Don't try and shoehorn. The thing I think that drives people crazy about retcons is when you sneakily retcon something. So you just sort of, you sort of pretend like this was always how it was. That's what drives people crazy, when there's just sort of this pretense like this is how it's always been. If you're gonna retcon something, retcon it. And make it big. Make it obvious. We're fucking retconning this. We don't give a shit. I feel like the player base would be much more willing to accept that, if that is actually what you're going to be doing. Okay, so Liartis, we kind of already have the answer to that. When you go into the Shadowlands, the Oracle there tells you, no matter what race you are, that you have a bond with Azeroth that they do not understand. For some reason, when you die, you do not go to the Shadowlands. And when you die in the Shadowlands, you do not die permanently. Somehow, your connection to Azeroth also tethered you to these statues, these monoliths of the first ones. And you're just linked to it, right? So for some reason, yeah, they don't know how to explain it. So yeah, they're all Azeroth's children. And I think they became Azeroth's children when they arrived. Voice TV, the thing is, so I'm not one of those players that actually demand that Blizzard never retcon stuff. I'm not one of those players. Because I understand that if you're going to have a story that's going to span 20 years, you don't have a choice. You have to retcon stuff. There's no way you can't retcon stuff. There's just no chance, because you cannot know today that in 8 years from now, something you wrote today isn't going to pin you in a corner that you just can't get out of. Right? There's no way that you can know that. In 8 years from now, you want to do something really cool, and then you realize, fuck, I can't actually do this really cool thing because of something I wrote as an aside 8 years ago is now making it impossible to do this thing. So then, what do? Right? Do you just go, well, I can't do the cool thing? No. You do the cool thing. But then, if you are going to retcon, find a reason for the retcon. So, for example, use Kuanzu, the new Loa, the Loa of Change. Surely a Loa of Change could change things in such a way that suddenly a retcon makes sense. Or maybe use the Void. Like, old gods can change things, so maybe one of the old gods fucking around with something changes it. Maybe use one of the bronze dragons to make a change. Use one of the infinite dragons to make a change. There is an unlimited amount of things in the game, in the universe that exists, that you can utilize to explain a retcon to where it is a retcon, but it's also part of the game. Right? It's also part of the game. You are using the tools in your game to retcon this thing. And you can even do something really cool with that. Imagine, for example, you want to do... Let's say, for example, in the next expansion, you wanted to bring Arthas back, but you wanted to make it so that Arthas never actually died and he is the Lich King. How would you do that? You design a quest with the Bronze Dragonflight, where the Bronze Dragonflight needs to do something that they have never attempted to do before, which is to go back in time on the true timeline and stop someone that's trying to make a change. Someone is fucking around with the true timeline and we have to go back. And we get warned, right? We get told we have to be super careful here because things can go super wrong. And then when we go back, things go super wrong. And suddenly when we come back, we realize Arthas never actually died and the Lich King is alive again because that's what we wanted. But now we have a reason for it, right? Arthas is back. Woohoo! And we even have a conversation with Nostormu where he says, we dare not go back and fuck around with the time again because we can't. This is the timeline now. Let's not screw around with it at all. Cassie Turbos, how you doing? So there are ways, and there are ways within ways that you can retcon stuff. But basically, it all boils down to be bold if you're gonna retcon. Like, if you're gonna retcon stuff, fucking retcon it. And then use the tools in your game to explain the retcon. Gift Hater, you could even do that. Half his soul was tied to the armor. Right? That's another way that you can bring him back. There's like an unlimited amount of ways in which, like, WoW has so many different ways in which retcons can be explained. The problem for most players in World of Warcraft is when a retcon is almost like they're trying to push it through sneakily and players pick up on that. Or when they push a retcon without any explanation. So they just retcon it. And here's the funny thing. The vast majority of retcons in World of Warcraft happen accidentally. Where Blizzard themselves just fucking forget about their own lore. They just forget that this was in the lore. And so now they write a new story. And then the player goes, wait, what? That's weird. Like, I'm pretty sure that's not what happened there. And that is when players get angry. Celtic, how you doing? Purple, thanks for the 110, dude. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You are showing yourself, but not telling about yourself? You are telling lore stuff? What is your CIA agent number? And you are telling lore and not showing it? Are you also a commie now? I am. You know, how you doing, comrade? Down with the capitalist evil bastards. So hi, a noble. William, one would think. One would think. What I think what boggles the mind is people like Noble, people like myself, people like Pyromancer, even people like Balila. We do this because we love this world, right? And you could probably make the argument we do this somewhat professionally. But in many ways, we are exactly like the lore historians that work at Blizzard. Because for those of you that don't know, there are actual lore historians that work at Blizzard. How in the hell is it possible that we know when things are being retconned and the lore historians that work at Blizzard do not know when things are retconned? It is confusing. Celtic, we shouldn't be speaking about the Arthas cinematic ever again. It is the Arthas cinematic proved just how willing Blizzard is to lie to their player base. Ian, when asked during the Q&A at BlizzCon before Shadowlands, said that if they were to do Arthas, if they were to show Arthas, they would do it with respect. They wouldn't just throw Arthas out there. Steve Denuser then said the exact same thing. He said, I can't confirm that Arthas will be in the expansion, but if we were to do Arthas, it would have to be with reverence for the role that Arthas played in the history of World of Warcraft. And then they brought him back as 35 Anima. Now, fuck me. You want to talk about disrespecting a character? Wow. Kevin Rules, how you doing, bro? Sorry if you've answered this before and I missed it. I've been gone a little while, taking a break from everything. How do you think hero talents are going to turn out? I feel like no matter what P1 continued will be a disappointment because of lore and what people would want from something like a Dark Ranger. Kevin Rules, no, I think so. Of all the things that was announced at BlizzCon, Hero Talent is probably the scariest of all of it, right? Because everything else Blizzard announced is really cool, like really cool, and I'm really looking forward to all of it. But Hero Talent is the one place where things can go really wrong really fast, right? Where Blizzard can really fuck up balance and really fuck the meta. But Hero Talents, I think, will have a much greater impact on the hardcore player base than what it will have on any of the other player bases. So it's most likely going to be contained in terms of the fallout that will be experienced by the majority of the player base. Because someone like myself, I wouldn't give a fuck. And also, if you look at what the Hero Talents do, they only really sort of augment your existing spells and abilities, right? They don't really change the way you play. At least it doesn't seem like it. Fallon, how you doing, by the way, bro? You asked, when do I sleep? I usually go to sleep at like between 4 and 6 a.m. is when I usually go to sleep, and then I wake up at about 9:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. and then I start working. So I do sleep. Rightos, how you doing? I think there's a new mount now, Rightos. Let me just check. I haven't checked if the mount has changed yet. Hold up, I don't want to, like, lie to you guys. I think there's a new mount in the drops. Let me just see what the drops here. No, it is the White Riding Camel. Never mind. I'm lying to you. Yeah, you are getting the White Riding Camel. I don't know how many of you are still looking for that drop, but it is still up. So if you are watching and you have your stuff linked, you'll be getting it. I would say as far as gameplay features go, the biggest feature is warbands. Like fucking hands down, bro. Hero Talents is going to be cool, but warbands by far the greatest feature announced at BlizzCon. Gerkrix, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Companions is huge for casuals. Yeah, but that's in the next patch. CCS, we're not talking about the next patch now. But yeah, I have to admit, the fact that in the next patch you're going to be able to do AI follower dungeons, that's cool. Like, that is actually cool. My FBI agent, thanks you for the camel. Oh, you're welcome, bro. Do you guys think we're gonna get follower raids at some point? Or do you think Blizzard is gonna stick to follower dungeons and be done with it? Like, what's your gut feel? You think that just dungeons? You don't think that raids are going to be a thing? Growfile, so in the next patch, you're going to be able to do dungeons with AI companions? Sean, how is follower raids not possible? You see, I personally think follower raids is more than possible. Casey, so I think that's actually the plan. I think that's actually the plan. Do you think Varisa Windrunner will make an appearance in the X-Pack? I think in Midnight, we're probably going to see all of the Windrunner sisters as we're going back to Quell for Lust, the Valley Kid. And they have to be there. The Windrunners, they have to be there, you know? No, Sean. I never said how many people. Like, here's the thing. You could absolutely do follower raids with 8. 8. One is the player. So you have 7 AI. Why is that important? You make a raid that is story-driven. This allows new players to go through the whole of the story. So if you are taking a new player through the Dragonflight story, they can play all of the patch content, including all of the raids, to get used to what the raids are, right? 8 because it's the minimum amount that dungeons can be done at, Sean. So you use the minimum amount. And also, you don't want to overwhelm the player, but you do want to make new players. You want to teach them what raiding is all about while they're still leveling. And an AI raid is sort of an interesting idea, right? Because they get used to the 4-man AI in the dungeons. And then they get to the 8-man one. And now it's more people, right? So there's more things to dodge. There's more people that can kind of get in your way. And you are helping them. No, as far as I know, raids is 8 to 30. Although I must say, the last time I tried to do an 8-man was stupid hard, unless they changed it. But back in Legion, when Flex Raid was a thing, it was 8 to 30 man. But 8-man is fucking hard because none of the bosses are actually optimized for 8. But this is where the story version comes in, right? So you do optimize them for 8 people. And it gives the player a reasonable experience of what a raid is going to be about. It gives them something to look forward to. So once they get to max level, they first see the story, but they also experience the actual, like, what is a raid about? Is this something that I would look forward to? Oh, Sean, yeah. I mean, back in Wrath, 25-man heroic was literally the thing, right? This could work as long as the AI isn't brain dead. Kevin Rules, as far as I understand it, the AI is reasonably good. Although right now, on the PTR, Mr. GM actually tweeted this. If you die in the AI dungeons, all the AI party members rage quit. So if you make a mistake and you die, the AI fucks off. Like, they just rage quit, they leave the dungeon. So I think there's still a little work that needs to be done. Casey, I mean, I don't care about the reclaiming of Gilneas at all. If anything, I would have preferred to go back and destroy it again, you know? I would actually have preferred to go there with catapults and just level it. Let's reignite this bitch, you know, let's go back to war. Or let's help the Worgen retake Gilneas, and then when they think they're safe, then we bomb the fuck out of it. Kill like millions of Worgen, and we're back to faction war. Like, that's probably what I would do if it was my story. I don't think Blizzard is gonna do that. I pitched that idea to Linksy this morning, and she did not like it. So I'm thinking the WoW developers wouldn't like it either. I was this morning while I was like waking up, I saw Linksy was streaming. You guys know who Linksy is, right? She says, no, I didn't feel like I missed out on anything. The last 20 years, the story really only took place on the side of the Horde. Like, if you were Alliance, you were basically just always dealing with whatever dictator the Horde was trying to kill, you know? So really, you were playing a... You know, you were playing our hand-me-downs in a way. So, nah, I didn't miss anything, you know. I played the good side anyways. So Linksy is the girl that everyone was freaking out about on WoWcast. The blonde girl, the one that all of you said is so fucking hot. That's Linksy. She was streaming this morning. She works for Blizzard, right? She's the community manager at Blizzard. So I saw she was streaming and I was like, oh shit, let me go check it out. And then while I was there, I floated the idea of we helping the Worgen, and then we kill the Worgen inside Gilneas. She was not amused by that idea. She thought that the faction war is stupid. Then she asked me who's my favorite character, and I said Gul'dan, and she said it makes sense why I want to destroy Gilneas. Which just makes sense, I guess. I would like Gul'dan to come back and destroy Stormwind. I'd help. Easier with more AI. The less AI, the more likely all of them get it wrong. More AI equals more chance some of them get it right. There's the echo that gives me constipation. Fortimus Rex. I am a Gul'dan fanboy through and through. Like, I am a fan of the War of Warcraft, bro. I'm a fan of the War of Warcraft. Like, if I was writing WoW, it would be non-stop war. Like, you'd be busy defending Stormwind from an attack by the Orcs. And then you'd find out that the Forsaken is trying to bring down the mountain of Ironforge. And while the Horde is trying to destroy Ironforge, they'd find out that the Alliance had snuck in under Orgrimmar and is trying to blow it to smithereens. So the Horde has to rush back to Orgrimmar to try and save it. And then while this massive fucking war is taking place, there'd be an invasion of the Burning Legion. And you on the battlefield during the raid, you'd actually be fighting a boss and then also fucking up cities for the Alliance and the Horde. That would be the game. In the end, we all serve the Legion. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. Really appreciate your purple. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I like the Legion. I like it. It's you know why I like Gul'dan? Like, can anyone guess why Gul'dan is my favorite character in all of World of Warcraft? Oh, Aragorn. No, I will have Power of Friendship. So, in one of the scenes, Alexstrasza embraces Veranoth. And then Garrosh shows up and shoves a spear through both Alexstrasza and Veranoth, killing them. And they sort of just stand like this with a spear through them forever in that position. And it's the memorial to the power of friendship. So obviously, you know, the power of friendship is important in stories. You have to have like really emotional, touching moments and shit, you know? ZQ, there you go. I like Gul'dan because he is one of the greatest villains World of Warcraft has ever written. You want to know why? He's one-dimensional as fuck and he makes no apologies for it. All Gul'dan wants is power for power's sake. That's it. He doesn't give a shit. He doesn't really serve Sargeras. He doesn't really give a fuck about the Legion. He doesn't really care about Sargeras wanting to destroy the world. He cares about one thing and one thing only. Power. That's it. He just wants to be the strongest. Sargeras has this entire invasion planned out and Gul'dan is leading his armies. When the big battle is about to happen, Gul'dan fucks off to go find a skull so that he can get more power. And because he fucks off to go get a skull, the armies lose because Gul'dan and all of his fucking power isn't there. And he just doesn't care. It's like, yeah, fuck it. I didn't come here to conquer Azeroth. I came for the skull. He cares about not getting fought on by Illidan. Well, the thing is, would WoW work if we only had villains like Gul'dan? No. Right? It wouldn't work if we only had characters like that. Because one-dimensional villains can be really fun, but they also get really boring really quickly. This is why you can never have too much of Gul'dan, because it would get boring fast. So you want a sort of mixture of characters. You want characters like Sargeras in there, which by the way is my third favorite character in World of Warcraft. And the reason you want a character like Sargeras there is because he's a lot more nuanced. Sargeras isn't evil for evil's sake. Sargeras is evil because his view of the world is different to that of the other Titans. But there's a lot more depth to his character. And that makes it interesting. And then you have Sylvanas before Denusa ruined her. Which is, you know, she's also a character with a lot more nuance and a lot more depth. But she's, again, a different type of villain. She's different to Gul'dan, but also very different to Sargeras. Because Sylvanas has a lot more emotional depth. You know, if Gul'dan is like a puddle, Sargeras is like an ocean, but only in terms of the scheming and the character that he is. Sylvanas is like an ocean, but yes, action, yes, scheming, but also there's an emotional side to Sylvanas that is much deeper than just her actions and her schemes. And these different types of enemies or bad guys make for really compelling storylines.
Join your master in battle. What manner of demon are you? You, Gul'dan. This was not our destiny.
Enough! The order of the Shadowlands depends on the execution.
Yeah, I would feel the same way as he did if I heard that voice. What the fuck? Ferorius, that just showed up out of nowhere? My discussion with Madeline Rue. I don't know if you guys remember Madeline Rue even. Yep, Madeline Rue. She had a very short stint as a WoW writer, didn't she? Like, she came in, wrote a book, and it was actually a good book. Then she said a bunch of fucking racist things. And never heard from again. She wrote Shadows Rising, Purple. And goes, yeah, this was before she said the racist things. Yeah, she hated men, but she also hated white men. Not just men. She hated white men. Which was funny because she was interviewed by a white man. And she was happy to be interviewed by a white man. I literally asked her once, and she was instantly like, yes, I'd love to do it. I found that ironic. I thought she hated white men. Of what video, Ferorius? Of the Madeleine Rue one?
We just went live, or we're going live. We are live now. People should be seeing us. Yes,
Dude,
I think people should be seeing us.
Look at what I looked like.
Let's just paste this and make sure. Let's just paste this. Yeah. All right, we're live. Sup, boys? Akalon here. Welcome back to the Sunday Night Chill Show. Very special edition.
Dude, I look bad here. Holy shit. Shit. What did I think with that hair, though? Like, what the fuck was I thinking? You use shampoo in that era? Yeah. I still washed my hair back then. I haven't washed my hair in... I think this December will be a year. But yeah, back then I was still using shampoo. Now I just rinse my hair and that's it. Ridos, you say ew. But I used to have massive, massive issues with oily hair. Like, massive issues with oily hair. I would wash my hair in the morning, and midday, my hair would be oily as fuck. By the end of the day, I had to wash it again just to get rid of the oil. Since stopping, perfect oil all throughout the day. Like, literally perfect. My hair isn't dry. It's not oily. It's just perfect. It smells very good, by the way. Like, my hair actually smells good. And I know this because when I went to the barber was like, oh my God, what product do you use in your hair? And I was like, why? He's like, it smells amazing. And I was like, oh, I don't wash my hair. I was like, oh, that's interesting. The oil in your hair protects it from getting dirty. You just need to rinse it. If you're not removing the oil in your hair, it'll make sure that it doesn't get dirty at all. The problem is when you keep fucking washing it with shampoo and destroying the natural oils, then yeah, the dirt is going to go into your hair. It's going to sit on your scalp. No, Paranoid Pixie doesn't even live anywhere near me. She's in Port Elizabeth, I think. Rightos, you never have to apologize for anything here. Like, I don't give a fuck, right? I'm just telling you my experiences. Like, who knows? Maybe in 2 years from now, I get a scalp infection and die. Because I didn't wash my hair, right? We never know. Like, it could be really bad. And then you could go, well, I didn't jump to conclusions. This guy was dirty as fuck. So, who knows, right? Who's that in the video there? It's Madeleine Roux. We were... Well, this was way back. How many years ago is this, Florius? 3 years ago? What's this, Florius?
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Akalon here, and welcome back to each one of you.
Without you, I'm walking to my leave right now. You are not allowed to do that. Get away. I'm trying to.
Ma'am, you need to get off my property. It's sunny today. Go down to the...
Yeah, I can't play this shit because I don't know what is and isn't allowed. I can't play this because I don't know what is and isn't allowed, but yeah. Bro, wait, what?
Pretty cool. I have my coffee here as well.
Dude, look at how fat I used to be.
You need coffee for 2 in the morning just to wake up.
Hi guys, I am the one you absolutely hate to be around on Discord, but I am the one that keeps you all absolutely entertained, hopefully.
Like,
Oh
holy
yeah,
crap,
but
man.
we had to move to a new house, mainly for the dogs. Me and my...
Wow. Wow. I used to be much more overweight. I'm still fat. Like, don't think I'm suddenly thinking I'm, really buff and shit. I'm aware that these are not muscles, but I have a lot less fat than what I had there. Fuck. Did Rue have an in-game character? Grace, I have no idea. I never asked her if she plays WoW, or if I did, I don't remember. Aragos, I haven't been to the gym in a while. I haven't been to the gym in a month or so, but my diet is perfect. I just haven't had time. I've been working my fucking ass off. I don't know when I would fit the gym. Like, where in my schedule would I go to the gym? I wake up, I shower, I make coffee, I sit down, I start editing. As soon as I'm done editing, I quickly go to the shop, buy food, come home. That takes 20 minutes, and then start streaming. Right? And then I'm live till, 10 o'clock in the evening? It's 12 now, but, mostly 10 o'clock when we finish. Gym's already closed at that point, so I usually then do either thumbnails or, I'll do some research and stuff, and then at 5 a.m. I go to sleep, wake up, rinse, repeat. So, yeah, I have no time right now. Samoto, it's 12 for me. In my city, you have 20. Yeah, we don't have that. The gym, the latest it stays open is 9 in the evening. Treadmill? Fuck going to the gym. Dude, the thing I'm buying soon is a standing desk. And I think I'm gonna buy it at the end of the month. I need a new desk, and I think I'm gonna go for a standing desk so that I can stream for longer. Cause at the end of this month, I'm getting an editor for the Clips channel. Kami, thank you so much for the follow. Kamui, I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, but Cam, really appreciate the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the channel. I'm getting a Clips editor. We're getting an editor for the Clips, which means 12-hour streams a day? Maybe? Speaking of hookers, did you watch Boogie's documentary? I did. $200,000 on a hooker is fucking nuts. On hookers. That is a crazy amount of money. I think the thing that I didn't finish, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't finish his documentary because I got triggered as fuck with his documentary. When he said, I deserve to be with LA 10s. And he said that the girls he could get, they were pretty, but they were like Arkansas 8s. And he deserves to be with LA 10s. All I could think was, look at yourself, bro. Like, you are an Arkansas 1. You can't get an Arkansas 8 even. Like, you have to be content with whatever the fuck you can get. If a rock is showing interest, you ask it to marry you. You don't deserve shit. No one deserves anything. You get what you deserve. And if all you can get is like Arkansas 2s, or Arkansas, I think I'm saying Arkansas correctly. If that is all that you can get, David, how you doing, bro? Then that's what you can get, right? No one deserves shit. And specifically, I think what bothered me most about the way he spoke about it was as if a girl is just a property. It's a piece of property. It's a thing that you can just get. You deserve to have it. And who gives a shit? Like, I think that was the thing that bothered me most about Boogie's whole fucking documentary. It's like, dude, no. If you want an L18, lose your fucking weight, bro. Go to the gym, go work out, go on a diet, lose the weight, and maybe you'll find an L18 or whatever the fuck that means. Because if L18 is referring to actors and actresses, I'd rather have an Arkansas 8. Liartus, when I was very young, I used to say Arkansas. And then I got told that's wrong by an American girl. And she said it's Arkansas. And I said, you're fucking nuts. How are you spelling that? And she said like that. And I said, that's Arkansas. Yes. And she said, no, that's Arkansas. I'm like, you realize that's not how you fucking spell Arkansas. And then I found out it doesn't fucking matter. They make the rules. It's America. They do what they want. Land of the free and all that. Is Arkansas? 709s are just great and have a way better personality. See, the problem that I have with the numbering system, I don't have an issue with it. I number goals as well. But it is incredibly fucking subjective. Like, there is no such thing as a universal 10 or a universal 8 or a universal 9. There are girls out there that I will think is a 10 that most of you will probably look at and go, dude, really? Really? That's a 10? Nah, fam. Nah, that's maybe like a 7 or maybe like a 6 even. I feel like the lower you go on the scale, the more universal it becomes. So there, I think as you go lower on the scale, the more universal it becomes. The higher you go on the scale, the more subjective it becomes. You see, Gal Gadot, she's fine. Don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't say she's a 10. To me, Gal is an 8, maybe. I would definitely not put her at a 10. Like, 100% not a 10. Beef and Beans, how you doing, bro? How was your stream? Jail, not yet, no. I have tomorrow and Sunday off. That's probably when I'll play some WoW. Like, maybe, if I feel like it, I'll fire up the stream when I'm playing WoW. And we'll do it on stream. These LA 10 hookers were universal 4s and 5s. David, I will admit, yeah. I don't know if... What was funny as fuck, though, was when the hooker spoke and said her night with Boogie scared her straight. Like, after her night with Boogie, she gave up on hooking altogether. She was like, fuck this. I'm out. I need a husband. I want kids. I'm done with this life. Like, oh my God. Can you imagine that? Like, that was rough. Dude, she said it. Like, this is not even me poking fun at him. She said it in the documentary. They asked her. And she was like, after him, she's now married and she has a kid. And her night with Boogie was when she realized she never wants to do this again. So yeah, it's sort of like, I don't know. It's a thing that I see quite often with fat people. And as a fat guy, I'm allowed to say it. You guys can't. That would be fat shaming. Fuck you. But I can fat shame as much as I want. I'm fat too. But it's a thing that I see quite often with fat people. Like, fat people want to do whatever the fuck they want to do. They want to eat whatever the fuck they want to eat. And then they want to make demands on the rest of the population about what the population is or isn't allowed to say about them. And I see it often from a lot of fat people, where they will blame goals for not wanting to date them. I had this one guy that once said to me, goals are so fucking shallow, bro. You know, they say they don't care about looks, but then, you know, I'm single. I'm like, yeah, bro, because they do care about looks. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Look at you. You haven't seen your dick in 2 years. Now you want her to touch it? What are you talking about? Like, would you fuck you? form of reverse fat shaming. Oh god, I don't care about fat shaming. In fact, I think people should fat shame. I don't think you should glorify it. I don't think you should tell people, oh my god, you look so cute, you're so healthy. It's not healthy, it's not good for you, and you should fucking hear it. People should tell you to lose the weight. Otherwise, why are you going to do it? You're not going to do it, and it is destroying your life. Whoa, wait, troubleshooter. I once dated a Danish girl a long time ago. She told me afterwards that the date made her realize she's lesbian. What did you do? What the fuck did you do? Like, bro, you scared her gay? Like, holy shit. Imagine that. Imagine that. Like, that's rough, bro. That's funny, but to be fair, it doesn't necessarily have to be anything to do with you. I had a friend who was gay as well, and it was her first ever relationship that made her realize that she's a lesbian. Like, but she's a weird lesbian because she does find men attractive. She just doesn't enjoy sex with men. So it was the first time she had sex with a guy that she realized, I do not like anything that's happening here. And so it's probably nothing to do with you. She was always lesbian. She just needed to look into the eyes of a man to realize that she doesn't want that looking back at her. She probably knew and she just wanted to try, so she know for certain. My greatest claim to fame is the fact that I actually managed to make out with an openly lesbian girl. That's my greatest claim to fame. It's not because I'm hot. It's because I'm nice. My personality won her over. And so I managed to make out with her. That was a good night. That was a good night. She wasn't particularly hot, but she was lesbian, which made it a lot fucking cooler. Went to Polytechnic, nice echo. I just got that lesbian res. Bro, it was... So, she was a good friend. She was a very, very good friend. And one night we were drinking, and yeah, we started making out. It was good. Was she from Arkansas? No. No. She thought she was bisexual. I was shy and did not do anything creepy or anything. Just a bit too nice, perhaps. The too nice thing fucks us up often, doesn't it? Especially when you don't have any experience. You sort of try to be overly nice because you don't want to offend. You don't want to say something that might hurt her feelings or whatever. But then girls don't like that. Girls will say that they like nice guys, but they don't actually fucking like nice guys. Girls will complain about the piece of shit she's dating to the nice guy. She'll tell the nice guy what a piece of shit her boyfriend is. She won't date the nice guy. Neo Wanderer, to be fair, on a serious note, I don't really believe in the friend zone nice guy thing. I think if you are being friend zoned, that's because you are trying to be a sneaky little bastard. At least that's what I call it, right? It's the guy that doesn't want to tell the girl how he feels, He instead wants to be friends with her, hoping that through friendship, she will realize how much she loves him, and then she'll just jump on his dick. So he doesn't have to take that first step, do the scary thing of actually asking her out. He can just be there. And she'll just one day, like in the movies, look into his eyes and go, oh my God, I need you now. That's not her fault that she put you in the friend zone. You put yourself there. Because you were a sneaky little asshole. Rather than being a fucking man and telling her, hey, I like you. I want to fuck you. You wanted to, have it progress naturally. And if you're going to tell a girl, you're her friend, she's going to believe you. Why is she going to doubt you? The girls will figure out a solution and the guys want a solution. The solution is simple. You ask her out. If she says no, you fucking leave. It's the only thing I've ever found work for me. Is leaving. Wrong. Girls like good guys as long as there isn't the simp mentality. Girls don't behead me. But if a woman doesn't feel like the guy is capable of taking the lead, game over. Gentlemen, good guy and nice guy is two different things, though. Algren, that's wrong. That's completely wrong. Everyone knows a hot girl, obviously, is great wife material. Hey, that's obvious. You don't have to know Gal Gadot's personality to know she probably has a beautiful one. A lot of these takes sound like people just believe everything everyone says all the time. Beaver means, what do you mean? An Algren, yes, that is a joke, by the way. But then again, you don't, like, the problem with saying find someone that you have something in common with feels like that happens much further down the road. Like, you don't start, mostly, you don't start dating someone that you already know for a really long time. Like, most dates happen with people that you don't know. That's why you ask them to go on a date in the first place. I mean, maybe you start dating a little bit more seriously, but you're only really going to get to know that person after 3 months. So, yeah, it'll take a while to figure out. One date with him turned that girl into lesbian. We live in a world. No, beef and beans. I think he was joking about that, right? I think he was just sort of like, it's a funny story, It has its comedy elements. Okay, but Brennan, that's the whole point. So there is a difference between a good guy and a nice guy. The whole point is that a nice guy isn't really a nice guy. It's not actually a good guy. It's the guy that pretends to be nice. That's why girls have this thing about nice guys. Because most nice guys are actually some of the worst fucking men you'll ever meet. And if we had any girls in the stream, they'd fucking tell you. I'm sure that every girl has had experiences with men that started out to be pretty nice, and then eventually they realized, whoa, what the fuck? This guy is nuts. I had a friend who had a friend in her life like this. dude, this guy seriously got jealous about the guy that she was dating, and they weren't even dating. He was actively trying to hog her for himself, and he would accuse her of shit as if they were dating. She would tell me about these things that he's saying to her, and I'd be like, you guys aren't even fucking dating? Like, why is he saying this to you? I was in college, though, so I was a lot more naive back then. If your car breaks down, a stranger will ask if you are okay as they drive by and not help you. Beaver means, yep, pretty true. Looks like the guy missed the chance and couldn't deal with it. Aragos, the thing is, that's where the sneaky fuck comes in for me. That's why I call them sneaky fuckers. It's not that he missed his chance, it's that he wormed his way into her life as a friend, right? And she made it clear to him on multiple occasions that she wants no relationship with him because she's not attracted to him. And then he became that, better friend than ever to her. And then as soon as she met a guy, things went south fast. I had a boyfriend who got jealous because I went to grab a beer with a boyfriend who I knew for 15 years. See, yeah, I would probably not even realize you're out of the house, wifin. I would not even know. I am fucking useless at that kind of shit. I genuinely, I don't even know when people are flirting. I have stood at a bar where my friend comes to me and says, "Oh my God, that girl was just flirting with you." And I go, "Who?" It's like, "That girl." I'm like, "No, she's just nice." I used to joke. A girl could stand in front of me, take her titties out, and swing it in my face, and I would walk away from that thinking, what a nice girl. I would just go on with my fucking life. I have no sense of what flirting is all about. I just sort of live on my fucking, just go on and do my shit. Don't give a crap. Well, I know it's a girl. I just don't know when someone's flirting. It's just, oh, that's nice. You gotta make it clear you're flirty with me, or I'm just taking it as you being nice. Yep, that's pretty much it. Titties, though? Yeah, I mean, I would think the titties are nice. I just wouldn't know that they're being used to flirt. Jealousy, if not based, is so fucking tiresome. You see, the thing is, I think... Now, take this with a grain of salt, because I'm obviously not a relationship expert. But I think there's good jealousy, and then I think there's really bad jealousy, right? Like, good jealousy is the guy that he wants to keep you safe. He wants to... you're his, and he's yours, and he is yours. And he sort of stakes that claim, but he's not suffocating, right? So he's not literally keeping you to himself, refuses to give you any space to breathe. I've never understood that type of jealousy. Those guys that don't want to let their girlfriends go out of the house without them, wouldn't let their girlfriends wear, dresses that's too short or some shit like that. I've never understood that, because you're not going to be with your girlfriend 100% of the time, right? So if you can't trust her, why the fuck are you with her? I don't understand that. because, okay, so you're not going to be able to keep an eye on her 100% of the time. If you really think that her, you know, wearing a skirt is going to lead to her jumping on some random guy's dick, then why do you, like, maybe she's jumping on guys' dicks all the time when you're not looking? Then rather just leave her. Like, I don't understand. It feels like if you are that jealous, you're just making a whole lot of trouble for yourself that could have been solved if you just left her. Or that they can change her. Yeah, but, I mean, the guy you described is secure with his relationship with his girlfriend. Tell us, which guy is that? What's that, beef and beans? Oh, yeah. Okay, that I agree with, Talis. I mean, at the end of the day, the only thing you can do in a relationship is trust that the other person isn't a cunt. That's pretty much it. That's the secret to every relationship. You have to trust that the other person isn't a cunt. If they are, no amount of control that you try to exert is going to change that. They're a cunt, they're going to act like a cunt, and they're probably going to break your heart. So it doesn't matter how hard you try to stop that from happening, it will happen. So the way I do it, at least, is I just wait. Like, at some point, you'll catch them cheating or you'll catch them doing something, and then you just leave them. True, Phoenix Ash, that is very true. David, I would go with 3 months. I think a true relationship starts in about 3 months. Because psychologically speaking, someone can pretend to be someone else for about 3 months. That's about the max that someone can pretend to be someone else. And so after 3 months, I feel like that's usually when the real person starts to come out. And that's usually when you start to realize, okay, wait, this person is a real piece of shit. Amit Nabati, so how you doing, bro? From what we know, I mean, it's already happened, right? Like, from what we know, the Hour of Twilight has come and gone, right? So, and from what we know, at least from what the developers have said, the Midnight expansion is a whole new invasion of the Void. It is not a remnant of what came before. The old gods are dead. Their Hour of Twilight have been averted. We stopped that from ever happening. So Xalatath is here as a new agent to set up a new invasion of the Void. Now with the knowledge, or armed with the knowledge of who we are, right? And our strengths and our weaknesses. And she's going to set up a new threat. So I don't know. But then it depends probably also on what Hour of the Void you're talking about, or the Hour of Twilight you're talking about, because the prophecy of the Void suggests that the Hour of Twilight is how the universe comes to an end, right? It's how the Void wins, and they become the masters of the universe. So it is still in effect, but I don't think Midnight is going to explicitly deal with the Hour of Twilight. This is just the setup for it. We may get that expansion much later. Oh, David, yeah. I don't know if I would move into, like, I don't know if I would move in with someone at the 8-month mark. That feels a little bit soon. But I do think I think a relationship has like 3 major moments. And this is from my limited experience, so I may be completely wrong here. But in my estimation, there's 3 major moments for a relationship. The first is the 3-month mark, where you learn whether or not the person you are dating is actually the person you're dating. Then it's the 1-year mark, and I've always wondered, because a lot of relationships end by the 1-year mark. Like in my own relationships as well, and I've only had 2 that actually, went that long. But in both of those, massive fights ensued at the 1-year mark. Like huge fights, unnecessary fights. And it lasted for about 2 or 3 months. And then they went away. But a lot of my friends have said the same thing. The 1-year mark is like a weird time. And the only thing I can think of is by the 1-year mark, the puppy love is sort of completely gone, right? It completely dissipates. And now the 2 people are starting to carve at each other. Because ultimately, people love to say you can't change someone. But relationships is all about change. It's all about compromise. It's all about fixing the person's small flaws so that you 2 can sort of become compatible with one another. So there's absolute change that takes place within relationships. And I feel like after a year, that's when that happens. And then there's the moment that you move in together. Or maybe let's say about 6 months after you move in together. I feel like that's when the really big moment, the real test for a relationship starts. Because now you've seen the absolute worst parts of them. They've seen the absolute worst parts of you. Now, your eyes are fully open. And you will either there decide whether or not this is the person you want to spend the rest of your life with. Or if this is the person that you never want to speak to again. Fear of commitment. You're talking about the situationships, Neo Wanderer. I don't know what's going on there. I feel like most on-off relationships is just a bad habit. It's 2 people that's just caught in a very bad habit, and they can't get off of each other. Yeah, but yeah, I think, I don't know. It's difficult. Because I have a cousin that does the same thing. He usually moves in with the girl 6 months, right? They're living together. And all of his relationships end the same way. The girl gets sick and tired of him because he has this mindset where the relationship, his dream is to be married. His dream is to have a wife. But I feel like that's the wrong dream to have. Your dream should be to be a husband. Right? You can't dream of having a wife. You have to want to be a husband. And he doesn't have that, right? So as far as he's concerned, the second he lives with her, he wins, right? He's won. Now he can relax. Because it is what it is. Who gives a shit now, right? And the problem is the second you move in together, that's when the real work actually starts. So, yeah, it's difficult, man. I thought it was with the same person. You thought what was with the same person? Phoenix Ash, I don't know if... No, I think... See, I think... Me and my brother, we were actually discussing... There's something about women that I think a lot of people don't appreciate this about women. And it may sound very uncomfortable, but if you're good, right? If you're a good husband or a good boyfriend, and that girl loves you, you are it. Right? Like, you are it. There is no other man. There is like no one else in that universe can exist for that girl in the same way that you do. It is impossible. She would rather die than be with anyone else. For a guy, I believe there's more effort to it. Like, a guy has to actively seek that commitment, right? He has to actively commit to his wife and his family, and it has to be an active thing, right? This is why you so often see guys walking around, right? Cheating. That's why so many guys cheat, because they wanted a wife. They never wanted to be a husband. They just wanted a wife. Whereas most girls who cheat, and I believe the psychological studies have been done on this, most women who cheat because their relationships are a mess. The man is unavailable or emotionally abusive. The home is falling apart. And then she goes and she looks for, the security that she isn't finding at home. Guys can have the fucking perfect wife. Like, she takes care of him. She does everything. And then he still goes and fucks the secretary. Like, just, yeah. Like, it is, dude, it is wild when you think about it. Like, the way girls are put together is actually quite fucking special. The gray, yeah, pretty much. You won the relationship? Yeah, well, I always win at sex, though. That's where I post most of my W's, is at sex. But you have to, right? You have to win. If you're not going in there with a winning mindset, you're gonna come lost. That's just how it goes. Depends on your definition of winning the sexes. You want to come first. You have to be like, you have to have that winner's mentality. You come first, and that's just how it goes. There's no space for losers in the game of sex. Fuck, that sounds exhausting. I feel like a lot of people are missing the play on words here. Venetia Silver, how you doing? Was wondering, since working with Huracan, if you could say if you're forced to play healer, which MMO would it be? 14 or WoW? If I was forced to play healer, Venetia, definitely Final Fantasy 14. I feel like 14, healing in 14 is a lot more fun. At least for me, it looks like healing is a lot more fun. Despite it only being one button spam for damage. I've never healed in 14. I'm just basing it off of what people have told me. Right? So I have no idea what healing in 14 is like. I just go off... I mean, maybe I could see myself playing a monk healer as well in WoW. They look kind of fun. But that's if I'm forced, right? Like, if it was up to me, I wouldn't fucking heal. I want to actively play the game. Why the fuck would I pay so that someone else, so other people could play the game? Fuck that. I want a DPS. I don't like healing. I find the whole concept boring as fuck. Halgard, I feel like you and I are very, very different definitions of fun, though. You know, for me, what's fun is standing in the fire and pew-pewing. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna go eat. It's fucking late already. It's almost 1 a.m., 10 minutes to 1 a.m. Forums are filled with a big chunk of our jobs suck and are boring. Do you think that could just be Venetia Silver because people are a bit bored? Like people are looking for a change of pace? Bubble, I guess. Thank you very much. No, today I don't have brisket. I have kebabs, but like squares of meat on wooden sticks. I think that's called kebabs. So I have those, like bacon ones and beef ones and pork ones and sausage as well. So I'm having that, which I think is a good meal for today. So that's what I'm going to be eating, or at least that's what I'm going to be making now. And then I will eat it later. And then I'm going to watch Iron Man 3. Because that's what I watched Iron Man 1 yesterday. No, day before yesterday. Iron Man 2 yesterday. And then now I'm going to be watching Iron Man 3. Johan Higgins, I'm going to have Susatis, right? The Boerewors it's not quite Boerewors. It's more, so, meat in Cape Town blows ass. Like the meat here, probably some of the worst meat you can buy. I have found 2 butcheries that's like reasonably good in the Cape. Actually, no, I found 2 butcheries that's phenomenal. The rest are shit. The one is in Somerset West. The other one is in Strand. It's not really a butchery. It's more like a biltong place, but the guy sells meat as well. And he has these little smoked cheese sausages. They're like this big and about that thick, like really thin ones. He has those and they are fucking phenomenal. They are so juicy. So it's kind of like a Boerewors, but like pork. Right, it's pork cheese sausages. Pancake, yeah. So the kebabs I'm talking about is like squares of meat on a wooden stick. And then also I have bacon ones. Now I had to have them make the bacon one special because usually it's with cherries, and I don't do the cherry thing, so. Just bacon, which is I could have just bought bacon, but fuck it, I wanted it on a little stick. I wanted to be fancy. Yeah, okay, so you guys call it a shish kebab. We call it a susati profile. We don't call it a shish kebab. It's a susati. Yeah, whatever the fuck. But that's what I'm gonna be eating now. So I shall see all of you likely on Monday. Yeah, okay, so here's the difference. This is a kebab, I guess, as you guys refer to it, yeah? And here is a chicken susati. Now, the ones I have isn't chicken, and there's no vegetable bullshit. It's just meat, like our ancestors had it. Also with the sticks, yes. 2,000 years ago, they made these little sticks, and they made the meat on the sticks. I believe that. You're not changing my mind. Doner, the first image you showed? Yeah. Well, I feel like doner kebab is a type of bread. Like it's a type of bread that's a doner? Or is all of this doner kebab? Garakmans, how you doing, bro? It's a type of meat. All right, I didn't know that. But yeah, I don't know many places that sell this type of shit. In the UK, I used to eat this every morning at 3 a.m. Coming home pissed from the fucking pub. Like, pissed up after a night at the pub. Stop by the local doner place. And get yourself a doner kebab. Where they give you a bun with a shit ton of meat on top and a bunch of different sauces and salads and shit. Good food, man. Good food. Hij zegt toch, zonder groente is gewoon satte hoor. In South Africa, normal saute, I'm assuming, saute, is with vegetables. So it's usually like a piece of meat and then piece of vegetable, piece of meat. The ones I have today isn't like that. All right, what the fuck, guys? I want to go eat. Why am I still sitting here? You guys are keeping me from food. What's this? These are little kebabs, right? All right, never mind, guys. I'm gonna go. I really appreciate all of you for spending your Friday with me instead of watching the race the world first. And thanks for chatting mad shit about relationships and sexes and shit. It was really fun. I really appreciate all of you for coming out, for hanging out, for spending your time with me. I may be back tomorrow. I may not. I'm usually I don't stream on weekends. I spend more time making videos and stuff. But we'll see. I might do some gameplay streams or stuff tomorrow. I'll let you guys know anyways, or you'll see whenever the fuck I go live. Otherwise, I see all of you on Monday. And Purple, thank you so much for the 16. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, be kind to each other, be good to each other, and if I don't see you again, have a phenomenal weekend. Peace out, fam.